international and national journal, seminars, and conferences. Her core book has been published. Many articles have also been published in newspapers. She has also been invited to various seminars, conferences, workshops as chief speaker, keynote speaker, and extension lecturer. Under his supervision, 5 scholars has been awarded doctorate degree and 7 are pursuing research work. She is appointed as an external coordinator, evaluator, and subject expert of for PhD. She is a member of various journals, organizations, and NGOs. She has received more than 40 awards by various organizations such as Government of Haryana, Rohtak, PGI, Haryana Kala Parishad, Empowerment Women, Science and Technology, New Delhi, Best Speaker by Parliament of Youth India, New Delhi, All India Radio, New Delhi, and so on. She is an active blood donor and has donated 27 times blood and registered as an eye donor too. Motto for her life is mile to go before I sleep and to reach the goal of, always. And I would like to request to Honorable Professor Arna Achal for keynote address.
Good evening, everyone. A very good evening to all dignitaries and the participants present in this conference. As we know, today we will be talking about the current trends and challenges in education, research and social sciences. Before that, I must thank Dr. Sandeep Singhmar, Chairman ICERT, Dr. Kusum Saini, Principal Government PG College, Hisar, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, Dr. Satish Kumar, Dr. Sugandha, and many more organizers for this conference. Without wasting much time, I'll just try to speak few, I'll highlight some of the points of today's trends and challenges. As we know that education is needed and it is the base point of any of the society. Means nature also, society also, we stand on the education. If we are well educated, but before that we should know who are educated and what do you mean by education. एजुकेशन का मीनिंग पता होना बहुत जरूरी है हमारे लिए और कल मेरे ख्याल से डॉक्टर रंजीत ने भी हमें बताया था कि एजुकेशन होता क्या है मींस मोल्डिंग ऑफ बिहेवियर को पॉजिटिव वे में मोल्ड करना इन विच बॉडी सोल एंड माइंड तीनों चीजें कोऑर्डिनेट होती हों या हम कह सकते हैं कि इट्स अ प्रोसेस ऑफ रिसीविंग एंड गिविंग सिस्टमैटिक इंस्ट्रक्शन टू एनीवन. It may be by person to person, it may be in school, it may be in college, anywhere. Or enlightening the experiences. Means the purpose of education is equality, equity, social mobility, and efficiency. So, by the help of the education, education is the only way by which we can improve the society, we can improve the nation, we can improve the mental setup of a person. Okay, now I'll be talking about the top trends, educational trends. Though we have come out from the post-COVID since last 2 years. Now we are on the proper platform. Now we are aware of by what we can control the nature, by what we can control ourselves. Nature is ये कह सकते कि नेचर ने हमें थोड़ा एक सबक सिखाया है या हमारे लिए ये मतलब उसने भी बैक रिटर्न हमें दिया है कि if we are disturbing the nature will also disturb us. और ये understood है कि nature disturb करना means we are disturbing the everything. अब वो human हम लोग तो by social animal हैं. We know that कि किस तरीके से हम लोगों को किस चीज को कैसे यूज करना है. किसी भी चीज का बेस्ट यूज करना हमें एजुकेशन सिखाती है. सो द मॉडर्न ट्रेंड्स अब क्या है, हमारे चैलेंजेस क्या हैं, हमारे ट्रेंड्स क्या हैं हमारे इन द फील्ड ऑफ रिसर्च और द सोशल साइंस. सोशल साइंसेज एक ऐसी फील्ड है या एक ऐसा यू कैन से पैरामीटर है जो हर सब्जेक्ट को डील करता है. अगर मैं अब बात करती हूँ कि हाउ कैन वी डील, तो सबसे पहले वी शुड नो द नैनो लर्निंग। अब नैनो लर्निंग क्या है? नैनो मीन्स अ शॉर्ट कैप्सूल फॉर्म, जिसको आप एक ये भी कह सकते हो कि अ बाइट साइज लर्निंग, छोटे से फॉर्म में हम लोग जो लर्निंग करते हैं। अब ये डिजिटल इरा ने हमें ये चीज सिखाई है। टुडे वी ऑल आर सिटिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ ईच अदर। इसने मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी ने जो है हम लोगों को कितना कॉम्पैक्ट वे में लिया है। आई मीन हाउ नियर वी आर, हम लोग एकदम से सब लोग नजदीक आ चुके हैं। तो ये जो नैनो लर्निंग है ये हम लोगों को एक दूसरे के नजदीक लिया है, जिससे हम लोग एक कैप्सूल फॉर्म में बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अब इस नैनो लर्निंग के लिए हम लोग स्कूल्स या कॉलेजेस में किस तरीके से फाइंड कर सकते हैं या कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं? तो आई फील कि इसके लिए हमें सबसे पहले पता होना चाहिए कि व्हाट डज द स्टूडेंट नीड, स्टूडेंट को क्या चाहिए, जो व्हाट वी आर गिविंग टू देम, जो हम उन्हें आज दे रहे हैं, क्या इट इज अकॉर्डिंग टू द एजुकेशन और इट इज अ नीड ऑफ एन आवर, ऐसा कुछ हम लोग दे रहे हैं कि नहीं दे रहे हैं। उसके बाद वी come to the second point, that is virtual reality and augmented reality, means VR and AR। अब VR और AR है क्या? मीन्स आपने देखा होगा कि पुराने जमाने में we used to have the study on the basis of you can say nature, या चॉक बोर्ड जिसे हम लोग बात करते हैं कि टीचर, वी कैन नॉट रिप्लेस द चॉक बोर्ड, वी कैन नॉट रिप्लेस द टीचर और द बोर्ड। लेकिन आज इस मॉडर्न एरा में जहां हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं इस पैंडेमिक के बाद के सिचुएशंस की, तो यहाँ हम लोग क्या बोल सकते हैं, रियलिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन हम कैसे ला सकते हैं। तो उसके लिए हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि भी ड्यू टू दिस पैंडेमिक हम लोगों ने स्मार्ट बोर्ड बनाए, एजुकॉम बनाया, वीडियोस, पॉडकास्ट, मतलब ये चीजें हम लोग एक दूसरे के साथ शेयर करते हैं, जो बहुत ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग हो गई है। अब किसी चीज को समझने के लिए पहले हमें पढ़कर बताया जाता था या लिखाकर बताया जाता था, लेकिन आज हम लोग जो है उसी फॉर्म को क्या करते हैं कि भाई वीडियोस के जरिए या किसी मूवीज के जरिए या किसी इमेजेस के जरिए हम लोग वर्चुअल फॉर्म में उसको दिखाने की, समझाने की कोशिश करते हैं। जिससे क्या होता है, अब वी शेयर द स्क्रीन ऑल्सो, वी शेयर द गूगल सर्चेज ऑल्सो। ये सारी चीजें आज सबके पास स्मार्टफोन्स हैं, वी ऑल हैव टैबलेट्स इन आवर हैंड, बाय द हेल्प ऑफ द थंब इन आवर पाम वी कैन यूज। तो ये एक मॉडर्न इरा में ये चीज बहुत नीड है हमारे लिए। अब एआर और वीआर को हम क्लासरूम्स में कैसे अनाउंस कर सकते हैं या बता सकते हैं? इसके लिए हम लोग वर्चुअली फील्ड ट्रिप्स कर सकते हैं। अब वर्चुअली ट्रिप्स कैसे करते हैं? आपने देखा होगा, मान लो कि मुझे कहीं घूमने जाना है, तो बिफोर दैट मैं क्या करूंगी, नेट पे सर्च करके मैं उस एरिया को घुमाऊंगी, पहले देख लूंगी कि वहां पर क्या है, हाउ टू रीच। कल परसों भी मैं टीवी पे मॉर्निंग में देख रही थी कि भी अगर हमें 4 धाम की यात्रा करनी है तो हमें क्या क्या चीज फॉलो करनी है, कैसे जाना है, कैसे आना है। ये जो गूगल जीपीआरएस और ये सारी चीजें जो है हमारी, ये अब हमें सबको मतलब एक मॉडर्न ट्रेंड में हमें बताना होगा। उसके बाद हाईटेक ट्रेनिंग चाहिए। हाईटेक ट्रेनिंग का मतलब क्या है? वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर एवरीथिंग। जैसे कि हम लोग यूट्यूब पे देखते हैं तो वो सब हमें प्री चीजें मिल जाती हैं। उसके बाद लैंग्वेज इमर्शन, मीन्स लैंग्वेज भी वी आर लर्निंग वेरियस टाइप ऑफ द लैंग्वेज। पहले हमारे व्हेन आई वाज स्टडीइंग इन द सेंट्रल केवी स्कूल बैंगलोर, देयर वी यूज्ड टू हैव वन रीजनल पीरियड जिसमें हमें रीजनल लैंग्वेज सिखाई जाती थी। आजकल क्या है, बच्चे बाय द हेल्प ऑफ द गूगल, इवन गूगल is giving the language in various languages, various alphabets सिखा रहे हैं, तो बड़ा इजी हो गया है हमारे लिए ये। ओके, उसके बाद थर्ड जो आता है दैट इज प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग। प्रोजेक्ट बेस्ड लर्निंग इज मस्ट, क्योंकि इससे स्टूडेंट जो है या हम लोग जो है इन्वेस्टिगेट करना सीखते हैं, या यू कैन से क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग हमारी इंप्रूव होती है, क्रिएटिविटी बढ़ती है, और हम लोग अपने आप को एंगेज कर पाते हैं फॉर द प्रोडक्टिव थिंग्स, कुछ अच्छा निकालने के लिए, स्किल डेवलपमेंट जिसकी हम बात करते हैं। उसके बाद आता है एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग। एक्सपीरियंस के जरिए बहुत सारी चीजें सिखाई। अब पीछे से हम लोगों ने जो भी हम पहले क्या करते थे और अब क्या करते हैं, इवन टीचर्स ऑल्सो एक्सपीरियंस द थिंग्स, देन वी आस्क स्टूडेंट्स ऑल्सो। तो हम क्या करते हैं, उन लोगों को ऐसी चीजें देते, क्रिएटिव राइटिंग की जो मैं बात करती हूँ अब, लेकिन ये गूगल के इसके आने से या सब कुछ इन हैंड आने से हम लोग क्या करते हैं, राइटिंग हैबिट जो है हम लोगों की एक तरीके से स्लो हो गई है। क्यों हो गई है? क्योंकि हम लोगों ने जो वो कॉपी पेस्टिंग का सिस्टम सीख लिया है, वो हमें नीचे की तरफ लेके आ रहे हैं। तभी तो अब रिसर्च की अगर हम बात करते हैं, रिसर्च में एक पेपर अनाउंस किया गया पब्लिकेशन एथिक्स का। वो क्यों अनाउंस किया गया है? Why this plagiarism is seen now? ये प्लेजरिज्म अब क्यों है? When we did our doctorate, हमारे टाइम में नहीं होती थी ये चीजें. क्यों नहीं होती थी? क्योंकि we used to go to the libraries, we used to go to the teachers, we used to write. Still we have notes. और मैं कहती हूँ आज भी अगर students they are writing on their self, they will be the best. तो वो उनको ये challenges face करने की कभी भी problem नहीं आएगी, जिसमें हम आज UGC भी ये कह रही है कि we have to check the thesis. मीन्स जो भी रिसर्च प्रपोजल पास हुए हैं या प्रेजेंट हुए हैं, जिनको डिग्री अवॉर्डेड हुई है, उनका ये सब चेक होना चाहिए. क्यों होना चाहिए? ये यही सोचकर हो रहा है. ओके, उसके बाद जो मेन टॉपिक आता है हमारा, दैट इज ऑनलाइन स्कूलिंग. अब ऑनलाइन स्कूलिंग अब इजी हो गया. देखो, हाइब्रिड मोड हो गया या ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग जिसे हम लोग कह देते हैं. अब बच्चा अपने चॉइसेस से, अब मान लो कि हमारी जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है वो कहीं अब्रॉड हो रही है, तो नाउ वी आर इजी टू कनेक्ट विद ईच अदर बाय द हेल्प ऑफ दिस ऑनलाइन. आज हम इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे ऑनलाइन सब लोग एक दूसरे के साथ बात कर पा रहे हैं, इंटरेक्ट कर पा रहे हैं. मैं हमेशा से संदीप सर को ये कहते आई हूँ कि सर वी नो ईच अदर वर्चुअली हम लोग एक दूसरे को जानते हैं, ऑनलाइन हम लोग जानते हैं. लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है कि ऑनलाइन से ज्यादा अगर ऑफलाइन हम लोग एक दूसरे से जब इंटरेक्ट करते थे तो उसका रिजल्ट और ज्यादा आता था. क्योंकि इसमें क्या है, ये वन वे चल रहा है. मैं बोल रही हूँ तो बोले ही जा रही हूँ एंड आई एम नॉट एबल टू सी ऑल द फेशियल एक्सप्रेशंस ऑफ एवरीवन. क्लासरूम में ये बड़ा अच्छा था. ऑनलाइन स्कूलिंग का फायदा भी है और नुकसान भी है. तो ये भी एक हमारा ट्रेंड का चैलेंज है ये हमारे लिए एक ये, क्योंकि इसमें हम लोग अगर यूं देखा जाए तो बायजूस की क्लासेस हम लोग सुनते हैं, या हम लोगों ने एडवांस क्लास सुनी हुई है, बजाज क्लासेस सुनी हुई है. बहुत सारी क्लासेस ऐसी हैं जिसमें स्टूडेंट घर बैठकर अपनी क्लासेस को लेता है और अपने डाउट्स को क्लियर करता है. आजकल तो बोर्ड्स भी साथ के साथ चलते हैं हमारे, जिसमें हम लोग एक्सपेरिमेंट या राइटिंग करके या ये चीजें समझाते हैं. पर फिर भी मेरा ये मानना है कि जो बात ऑफलाइन में होती है, जो हम लोग सेल्फ राइटिंग से सीखते हैं, वो कैसे भी नहीं सीख सकते. तो ये भी हमारा एक क्या है, चैलेंज है, ये एक हमारा ट्रेंड है. उसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट मैं बात करती हूँ, दैट इज स्टेम करिकुलम. स्टेम करिकुलम जो था दैट इज साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग एंड मैथमेटिक्स. अब उसी को आर्ट्स के साथ भी कनेक्ट कर दिया गया है, क्योंकि स्टेम के साथ मीन्स एजुकेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी, मैथमेटिक्स, इनके साथ साथ वी नीड आर्ट्स, ह्यूमैनिटीज ऑल्सो, जिससे हमारा एकेडमिक ग्रोथ ज्यादा होता है. अब आप बताइए, जब व्हेन यू प्रिपेयर फॉर एनी ऑफ द एग्जाम, कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स, वी नीड ह्यूमैनिटीज ऑल्सो. तभी तो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में भी ये चेंजेस आ रहे हैं. इसीलिए तो हुए हैं ना कि यू शुड नो ईच एंड एवरीथिंग. नहीं तो 10th के बाद हमें नहीं पता था, वी यूज्ड टू टेक आवर ओन चॉइसेस. लेकिन 10th तक भी मान लो कि आई लव एसएस, लेकिन हम लोगों को उसके बाद अगर मान लो साइंस लिया मैंने, लेकिन मैं एसएस भी पढ़ना चाहती थी, तो कैसे पढ़ूं? तो वो चॉइसेस जो थी हमारी, वो भी. तो ये जो स्टेम लर्निंग है या जिसको हम बाला लर्निंग भी कहते हैं, ये सारी चीजें इट्स नीडेड. ओके, उसके साथ साथ वी नीड होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट एंड माइंडफुलनेस ऑल्सो. ये भी एक चैलेंज है. आज ऑनलाइन पढ़ने के इतने ज्यादा मेंटल स्ट्रेस हो गए हमारे कि वी आर नॉट एबल टू वर्क ऑन आवर स्ट्रेस. हम अपने स्ट्रेस पे काम ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. माइंडफुलनेस मींस वी आर अवेयर, वी आर एक्सेप्टिंग ऑल्सो, वी आर अवेयर ऑल्सो, बट एक्सटर्नल और इंटरनल एक्सपीरियंस को हम लोग कोरिलेट नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. उसको रिलेट करना बहुत जरूरी है. देन इक्विटी एंड इक्वालिटी, वो भी जरूरी है. पहले हम लोगों को इक्वालिटी बताया जाता था कि वी ऑल आर इक्वल, सबको इक्वली सब चीजें देनी चाहिए. बट टुडे वी हैव लर्न दैट कि ये भी एक हमारा चैलेंज है कि इक्विटी, जिसको जितनी जैसी नीड है उसको वो चीज दी जाए, उस हिसाब से दी जाए. अब क्लासरूम में जब पढ़ाया जाता है तो वैसे तो इक्वालिटी में सबको पढ़ाया जाता है, लेकिन टीचर क्या करता है, वो सबको रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से भी अपना एक लेक्चर तैयार करता है. इवन इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द क्वेश्चन पेपर में क्या होता है, वी हैव 3 स्टेजेस ऑफ द क्वेश्चन पेपर. मीन्स उसमें सेट किया जाता है कि 40% है, 30% है, 10% है, किसका किसके लेवल का होगा. तो इक्विटी एंड इक्वालिटी वो भी बहुत जरूरी है. ओके, उसके बाद आता है हमारा अडेप्टिव लर्निंग. अडेप्टिव लर्निंग का मतलब क्या होता है, जहां पर हम लर्निंग बाय डूइंग, स्किल्स को लर्न करते हैं, सिखाते हैं, सीखने की कोशिश करते हैं. तो वी टीचर हैव टू एंगेज आवर स्टूडेंट फॉर द प्रोडक्टिव लर्निंग, जिसमें हम उनको कुछ कराने की सिखाने की कोशिश, एक्सपेरिमेंटल वे में भी कराने की कोशिश की। अच्छा, उसके बाद अब जैसे कोरोना, ड्यू टू दिस पेंडेमिक, हमारी जो स्कूलिंग है या हमारी एजुकेशन है वो डिजिटली डिवाइड हो गई है। जो मैं अभी बात कर रही थी हाइब्रिड लर्निंग में या ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग में, क्योंकि ऑफलाइन है या ऑफलाइन। अभी एग्जाम्स की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो स्टूडेंट्स दे आस्क कि मैडम क्या एग्जाम ऑनलाइन भी हो जाएगा या ऑफलाइन ही होगा, और ज्यादा से ज्यादा स्टूडेंट क्या प्रेफर करते हैं कि ऑनलाइन हो जाए, ओपन बुक एग्जाम हो जाए। क्यों हो जाए? तभी तो आज हमारे जो हमें क्योंकि आजकल के जो टेस्ट है, या यू कैन से कि आज हम लोगों को जो टेस्ट किया जाता है, एक स्टैंडर्डाइज टेस्ट में जब हम लोगों को चेक किया जाता है कि 3 घंटे में आप लोगों को चेक किया जाएगा, और स्कोर जो होंगे वो आपकी इंटेलिजेंसी को मतलब यू कैन से मेजर करेंगे। तो ये तो कोई जरूरी नहीं होता है। मीन्स दिस कैन बी गेन एनीवेयर एनी टाइम बाय एनी टाइम। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि ये जो सीसी पैटर्न था, अब नाउ इट इज नॉट देयर, स्कॉलिस्टिक और को स्कॉलिस्टिक जो पहले होता था वो धीरे धीरे अब चेंज हो रहा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं स्टार्ट हो जाना चाहिए। उसके बाद है लैक ऑफ पर्सन इंटरैक्शन, वही जो अभी मैं बात कर रही थी कि अगर हम लोग ऑफलाइन होते हैं तो वो इंटरेक्शन ज्यादा होता है, अगर हम ऑनलाइन है तो वो इंटरेक्शन थोड़ा सा कम होता है। क्योंकि हम लोग इस टेक्नोलॉजिकल युग में हैं, और अगर हम लोग पीछे भी रह जाते हैं तो फिर हम लोगों को एक तरीके से इलिटरेट माना जाता है। वी हैव टू इलिटरेट विद एवरीवन, वी हैव टू बी अपडेटेड। अपडेटेड रहना जरूरी है, लेकिन किसी भी चीज को फिक्स कर देना इज नॉट गुड। ओके, उसके बाद हमें जो है ब्रेन ड्रेन को भी रोकना है, ये भी एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। ब्रेन ड्रेन को रोकना है क्योंकि आवर स्टूडेंट्स आर मूविंग अब्रॉड, बाहर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। क्यों जा रहे हैं वो लोग? हमारे पास इतनी नॉलेज है, हमारे पास सब चीजें, बट फॉर द पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन या फर्दर डिग्री हम लोग जो है बाहर जाते हैं, फिर वहीं सेट हो जाते हैं। फिर हम बाहर से ये बात करते हैं कि भाई ये बेस तो इंडिया से है, लेकिन वैसे वहां से। तो ये जो ब्रेन ड्रेन, क्यों ना हम इंडिया में ही रहकर अपने इंडिया को ही एक डेवलप्ड प्रॉपर नेशन में चेंज करें। उसके बाद वेस्टेज ऑफ रिसोर्सेज भी होता है, क्योंकि हम मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ जा रहे हैं। तो वेस्टेज ऑफ कैसे है? अभी मैं कुछ स्कूल्स में गई, गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में गई, जहां पर जनरेटर दिया गया था पहले, आई थिंक हो गए 8 9 10 साल पहले जनरेटर दिया गया था। क्या हुआ? अब वो जनरेटर, दैट जनरेटर इज नॉट वर्किंग। जब मैंने पूछा वहां पे कि व्हाई इट्स नॉट वर्किंग, तो उन्होंने बताया कि मैडम तेल का पैसा भी तो कोई देगा। मीन्स वेस्टेज हो गई। अभी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स में स्मार्ट बोर्ड्स लगे हैं, मीन स्मार्ट बोर्ड से पढ़ाना शुरू किया जाएगा, कर रहे हैं। इवन कंप्यूटर क्लासेस लगाए गए थे, कंप्यूटर सेंटर्स बनाए गए थे। तो वो कितना है, कितने एक्टिव हैं, वो एक चैलेंज है हमारे लिए। तो अब हम लोगों को व्हाट वी नीड, कि हमें हाई एकेडमिक प्रेशर और स्ट्रेस से निकलकर हमें एजुकेशन को एक प्रॉपर वे में देना है, इन अ प्रॉपर, यू कैन से कि इन विच स्टूडेंट ट्राई टू लर्न थिंग्स इन अ प्रॉपर मैनर। तभी तो ओरिएंटेशन टू लर्निंग स्टार्ट किया गया। ये ओरिएंटेशन क्यों स्टार्ट किया गया? इसीलिए तो, ताकि स्टूडेंट्स को हम वहां तक लेके आए कि व्हाट दे आर गोइंग टू लर्न, हाउ दे आर गोइंग टू लर्न, and what will be taught to them in the class. So that is orientation. अब टीचर्स का भी ओरिएंटेशन होता है, स्टूडेंट्स का भी होता है, इवन आई फील कि पेरेंट्स का भी होता है। तो ये ओरिएंटेशन टू लर्निंग है, जिसके अंदर हम लोग सेल्फ लर्निंग हो गई, इफेक्टिव लर्निंग हो गई, इवन सम स्ट्रेटजीज को हम लोग डेवलप करते हैं। तो मीन्स मेरा मानने, मतलब मेरा मानना है कि हमें आज इस एरा में इन चैलेंजेस को फेस करते हुए वी हैव टू मूव टुवर्ड्स द पॉजिटिव वे, जिसमें हम एजुकेशन की प्रॉपर डेफिनेशन, जैसे हम कहते हैं कि एजुकेशन हमारा ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट करता है। ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट में वो चाहे हमारा इमोशनल है, चाहे वो हमारा फिजिकल है, चाहे वो हमारा मेंटल है, सोशल है, जो भी है, सारा कुछ हम लोगों को वो दे। तो दिस इज फ्रॉम माय साइड, आई फील कि हम लोग इन चैलेंजेस को फेस करते हुए प्रॉपर एजुकेशन की डेफिनेशन को डिफाइन करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच। आपने बताया कि जो एजुकेशन है वो क्वालिटी बेस होनी चाहिए, हम क्वांटिटी पर ना जाकर जो है क्वालिटी को सुधारें। और साथ साथ में आपका ये जो व्यू है कि जो सफलता है उसका कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं होता है, उसको पाने के लिए मेहनत करनी ही पड़ती है, और मेहनत निरंतर अगर करते रहेंगे तो एक दिन सफलता जरूर मिल ही जाएगी। थैंक यू सो मच मैम फॉर योर वैल्यूएबल व्यूज एंड ब्लेसिंग्स। Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, without any delay, let us start the third technical session of this conference. Now, I am requesting Dr. Rinku to coordinate third technical section.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Rinku Sharma, Assistant Professor, Government College, Kador. And I welcome you all in today's multidisciplinary international web conference on current trends and challenges in education, research, and social sciences. Now, I want to invite our today's third technical session's chairperson, Dr. Kp Dhanbala Krishna, currently working in Hindustan Institutions of Technology, professor and head, Aeronautical Engineering Department. You have 23 years of teaching experience and 6 years experience of industries area. You have attended 22 training programs and workshops. Not only this, you have organized 5 training programs and workshops also. You have received many awards and certificates like the Best Department Award 2012-13, Teaching Award in Engineering, the Second Best Department 2013 and 14, Ganga Guru Award in 2016, and Teachers Day Award in 2021. Now I request you, sir, please allow us to start the third technical session. सर क्या आप मुझे सुन रहे हैं?
जी जी रिंकू मैम।
जी सर।
डॉक्टर रिंकू मैम, अभी है ना टेक्निकल इशू है थोड़ा सर के पास से, डॉक्टर केपी धनबाल कृष्ण जी के पास, वो भी जुड़ नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो तब तक जब तक सर नहीं जुड़ते तब तक डॉक्टर सतीश जी टेक्निकल सेशन के चेयरपर्सन की भूमिका निभाएंगे। डॉक्टर सतीश जी।
यस सर।
सर जब तक सर नहीं जुड़ रहे डॉक्टर केपी धनबाल कृष्ण जी, तब तक आप टेक्निकल सेशन के चेयरपर्सन की भूमिका निभाओ सर।
ओके सर।
जी जी जी
जैसे आपकी आज्ञा।
जी डॉक्टर रिंकू जी शुरू कीजिए प्लीज।
ओके, थैंक यू सर। Our today's first participant is Mr. Dinesh Kumar, PhD scholar from MGSU Bikaner.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Good evening to all.
Good evening, sir. एक important information है for every candidate. You have only 2 or 3 minutes to present your paper. Then start, Dinesh Kumar.
I am saying my screen is visible to all, ma'am.
No, sir. You are not visible.
I am sharing screen, ma'am.
Okay.
1 minute. Now it is visible, ma'am. Is this visible, ma'am, now?
You are, yes, sir, visible.
Yes, good evening to all. I'm Dinesh Kumar, PhD scholar at Maharaja Ganga Singh University. Today I'm going to present my research paper based on the reading of the novel What the Body Remembers by Soma Singh Baldwin. It is entitled as What's the Body Remembers, a Feminist Review. The part made outstanding contribution to life. 9 minutes when women. A woman can be mother, wife, sister, daughter. A woman plays various roles in man's life, and her presence not be denied. Here, make numerous sacrifice for her family. And what's the body remember is this novel written from the perspective of women. It depicts the lives of Sikh women during the division, the partition of India. The story also depicts the anarchy that occurred during the India's and Pakistan separation. This novel can be better understood through a feminist lens. Regarding methodology, ma'am, feminism is commonly defined as a movement to pursue gender equality in all aspects of life. Here, I use feminist as a tool to promote social acceptability and legal protection for women against exploitation in the cultural, social, political, economic, and educational space of life. And it's aimed to promote women's equality and oral development. It is a movement which is for gender equality in the world. This study examines the socio-cultural attitude of society and reveals patriarchal oppression via a feminine lens. The purpose of the study is to depict the status and position of women during partition. At the same, this introduction part of the paper, out of the rich culture of the Indian, the brutal drama of the 1947 partition, comes this lush and eloquent debut novel about two women married to the same woman. And the story starts from there. Rup is a young girl whose mother has died and whose father is deep in debt. So she is elected to learn. She is to become the second wife of wealthy Sikh landowner union, beneficial to both. For Sardarji, first wife Satya has failed to bear him children. So Rup believed that she's and Satya still very much in residence. But relations between the older and younger women become more complex, and India lurches that time. India lurches towards independence. Sardarji struggled to find his place amidst the drastic changes. Meticulously researched and beautifully written, words the body remember is at once poetic, political, and sensual. The story would remember focus on the family of Sardarji and his two wives, Satya and Ru, against the backdrop of Punjab. Its cultural and political development, it shows the conflict between the two women and the transformation of Ru from a self-centered young girl to a selfless wife and mother who led the woman to become the backbone of her family. It deals with analyzing the experience of Ru and her gender construction within set cultural norms, culminating in the partition experience, which helped to craft her family identity. The chapter foregrounds the violence used against women in its nude sets. It includes the isolation suffered by Sardarji's first wife, Satya, due to her barren womb, to the feeling of insecurity she harbors on account of Sardarji's second marriage, from the mental strife borne by Rup in course of handing over the custody of children to Satya, to the horrific encounters she goes through while crossing over the India during the course of country's partition. Here we see that beside that, through some other minor women character also in the novel, Gujri, Revati Bua, and Kusum, the author has shown further light upon the pathetic state of women. The study of the women victimization become much more absorbing since the novel is set in the backdrop of the murky days of partition. It was a time when women become soft targets of intercommunal as well as intercommunal forms of violence. Feminine experience of violence trauma during partition constitute the basic of this chapter. In the above elucidation, Baldwin present the idea that in times of religious conflicts, conventional motive of violence and vengeance meted out in female body were rape, abduction, sexual abuse, murder, and mutilation. This leaves an indelible mark of the collective memory of any nation, which when reshuffled come out form of outpouring of emotion as in what the body remembers. This comes to point to the conclusion. This demonstrates how the women's worth in community is inextricably linked to her worth as a wife and mother, as well as her honor as a pure lady. She is no longer worthy of existing once that value has been gone from her life. Her identity is only recognized in society if she has offspring. Otherwise, her whole existence and identity are in doubt. Only childbirth and childbearing have increased women's social status. The loss of these traits hampered women's social mobility. Many women in society die in the forlorn ambition of conquering the male-dominating society. It is difficult to question patriarchal value while we discuss the fabrication and constitution of the patriarchal society in such a way that female is just a machine to produce a male heir. That's all, ma'am, for the session.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Dinesh ji. Next
Ritu ma'am,
participant, जी.
एक मिनट में डॉक्टर शिवाच जी जुड़े हुए हैं एमडी यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक से। सर नमस्कार, आपका स्वागत है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर आपका। जी रिंकू मैम, आप बढ़िया आगे। और सभी को कहिए 2 से 3 मिनट में अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन कंप्लीट करें प्लीज।
हाँ जी। Once again, I request you all the participants, please conclude your paper within 2 or 3 minutes maximum. Next participant is Miss Navneet Kaur, Senior Research Scholar, Punjab University, Patiala.
Yes, hello, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm sharing my screen. Please let me know if is it visible or not.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Visible.
Good evening to all the present. Today I'm here to present my topic, Females in Healthcare Leadership, a study of investigating the presence of glass ceiling. Starting with the introduction. In today's global world, females' equal participation in the labor force plays a significant role in developing the economy and supporting females' independence. However, the number of females in top senior positions is comparatively less than males. And if we talk about India, the situation is worse than Western countries. According to a report by McKinsey and Company, females are 25% of India's workforce. And if we talk about specifically in the healthcare sector, the number of females are drastically low compared than male doctors. And they face invisible barriers while climbing the ladder of organizational hierarchy. And these barriers are known as glass ceiling. And the aim of my research is to study the existence of glass ceiling in private hospitals. So what is glass ceiling? Glass ceiling is like invisible, unseen yet unbreakable barrier that keeps females from rising to the upper steps of the corporate ladder, regardless of their qualifications or achievement. Then these are the factors of glass ceiling: organizational factors, personal factors, and social factors. Organizational factors related to the barriers which women face in their organizations or their workplace. Personal factors are related to their personal perspectives when they feel themselves lower than others. And social factors related to our society. As we know that Indian society is a male dominated society, and females are always considered as weaker section of the society. Then comes to the female situation in healthcare sector in the Indian context. Although India is a growing economy and it is advancing every year, however, in this 21st century of modern India, women are still fighting for equality in every aspect. The number of female entrants in the medical profession is increasing in the last 2 decades. However, when it comes to the number of medical professionals, the number of female is very less as compared to their male counterparts. Then comes to the research methodology and data analysis of my paper. I have collected the data from 300 female working employees and from private hospitals of northern India. And the glass ceiling was measured with a 39-item scale adapted from Sharma and Kaur. Then the data was analyzed in SPSS by applying one sample t-test to examine the existence of glass ceiling. Before conducting further analysis, I have checked the sample adequacy of my questionnaire, and the KMO value greater than 0.8 shows that the sample of the study is adequate. And then the reliability was tested by using Cronbach alpha, and it was found to be 0.87, which is more than the minimum threshold value. Then this is the demographic profile of my respondents in aspect of age, job level, educational qualification, and marital status. Here comes the main result. The existence of glass ceiling is checked through by applying one sample t-test, and among all the respondents, the majority of them agreed with the existence of glass ceiling. And social and organizational factors are found to be main contributing factors in the existence of glass ceiling, while personal factor plays no role in contributing to glass ceiling. It means females consider themselves as they do not consider themselves as a weaker section, but society and organizations consider them as a weaker sections and keep them away from senior positions. And while talking about,
ma'am, please conclude.
Okay, ma'am, I'm just concluding it. And while talking about India, the situation is worse than Western countries. And as per the results of my study, majority of female doctors are working at junior and middle level positions, and top positions are still dominated by males. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ji. Next participant is Mrs. Vandana Kumari. Sorry, Miss Vandana Kumari, research scholar, MD University, Rohtak. Are you present? Miss Vandana Kumari. Okay. Next is Dr. Rashmi, Assistant Professor, Nagaland University.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Ma'am, sharing my screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, is this screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening to all of you and respected Satish sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And my topic for the presentation is a study on the emotional intelligence and study habit of secondary school student in Kohima district, Nagaland. So when we will see that on the basis of all the researches and our studies, the emotional intelligence and the study habit both plays a very important role in academic achievement and same time in the life of the students. Our objective of the study is the first objective is to study the emotional intelligence of secondary school students in Kohima district with respect to gender, locality, and management. Second is to study the study habit of secondary school students in Kohima districts with respect to gender, locality, and management. And third is to find out the relationship between emotional intelligence and study habit of secondary school students in Kohima district. On the basis of our objectives, we framed two research questions and some null hypotheses. The research questions are: what is the level of emotional intelligence of secondary school students in Kohima district? What is the level of study habit of secondary school students in Kohima district? And the null hypothesis is there is no significant difference in emotional intelligence of secondary school students in Kohima district with respect to gender, locality, and management. And there is no significant difference in the study habit of secondary school students in Kohima districts with respect to gender, locality, and management. And there is no significant relationship between the emotional intelligence and study habit of secondary school students in Kohima district. For goodness of it, we again frame the hypothesis that there is no significant difference between the observed and expected value, and our data is has the normal probability curve and all. The methodology, what we use, the study was the descriptive in nature. The study includes all secondary school students of both government and private school of Kohima district of Nagaland. A sample of 280 students were selected by stratified random sample technique, where according to the gender, 140 was the male students, whereas 140 was the female. On the basis of locality, 160 students were belongs from the rural area, and 120 students were belonging from the urban area. On the basis of management, the number of sample were the same, that is 140. For the tools of the data collection, we use the emotional intelligence scale by Susma Talesara and study habit inventory by Palsin and Sharma were used for the data collection. As per the manual, we use the Z scores and percentile to calculate the level of intelligence, emotional intelligence and the level of study habits. For testing the null hypothesis, t-test and Pearson product moment correlation were taken out for the correlation, and chi-square test has been done to test the goodness of the fit. Now we will come on to our analysis of data. Our first research questions were: what is the level of emotional intelligence of secondary school students in Kohima district? So on the basis of Z score, we calculated and we took out the pie chart for that, and which we are finding that only 2% of the student has extremely high emotional intelligence and 43% of the students has average, and below average the 19% of the students falls. When we'll come on to the study habit, so on the basis of the percentile. Oh, okay, thank you, ma'am. Just I'll move on to directly to the result. So first, one thing also I want to tell ki the correlation between the emotional intelligence and the study habit is they are positively correlated, and our goodness of it, they also shows that the data collection is having the normal probability curve, and the conclusion is that there is very less number of the students having the high emotional intelligence. There is no significant difference in emotional intelligence of secondary school students with respect to gender, locality, and management, but there is a we will see the study habit. So there is a significant difference on the basis of locality, but on the basis of gender and management, we are not finding any difference between the study habits. Now, when we will come on some recommendations, so the teachers, parents, and students all should have work on increasing the emotional intelligence of students. Guidance and counseling session may be just organized in the schools. Administration can also work towards this, and we all know that emotional intelligence also plays a very important role to change the behavior or modification of behavior. So by increasing the emotional intelligence, we can increase the study habit, because the correlation of both of them they are positively correlated. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next is Mrs. Toko Monica Devi, Assistant Professor, Manipuri University.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, please start.
मास्टर जी बना लियो चा.
Good evening to the chairperson and then technical person and all the participants. The topic of my presentations is resources, status, and attitude of students towards science education, higher secondary schools in Manipur. I will just share my PPT. So I'm Dr. Monica, Assistant Professor, Department of Teacher Education, Manipur University. Good evening. On the introduction, I'll just talk a little bit. Science subject is a topmost choice for parents and students in Manipur at higher secondary level. And the report from the Council of Higher Secondary Education shows that it is quite high. It is 64.27% and 69.25% in class 11 and 12 respectively for the session 2021 and 22. So the quality of science teaching also depend upon the well-equipped laboratories, good infrastructure, because students are taking science subjects. We have to check whether the schools are providing quality science education or not. And the attitude of students towards science also determine the choosing factor for choosing the science subject. The significance of the study is many schools are lacking in basic infrastructure, including the laboratory. So the objective of my study is to assess science student satisfactions on the resources facilities at higher secondary school, and to find if there is any significant difference in the student satisfaction on the present resources status of the school with respect to gender, type of school, locations of school at the higher secondary schools, and to find out if whether there is any significant difference between the attitude of male and female higher secondary school student towards science education, to find out whether there is any significant difference between the attitude of government and private higher secondary schools towards science education, and to find out whether there is any significant difference between the attitudes of students studying at hills and valley districts of Manipur. These are my hypotheses. Since we got only 2 minutes, I will straight away go to the finding. So for this study, I have chosen a descriptive survey, and then I prepare questionnaires on the satisfactory level of the student on the building, playground, laboratory, auditorium, classroom, sanitation, water supply, and extracurricular activities. And I have also constructed attitude scale, which consists of 26 items. So these are the sample. The sample consists of 1,991 students, or out of which 1,297 were female students, and then 694 are male students, and 689 students from Hill District, and 1,302 from the Valley districts of Manipur. So this is the satisfaction level. This is the difference in the satisfaction of male and female student. And this is the satisfaction level of those students studying in government and private school. And this is the satisfaction levels of, this is the difference in satisfactions of students studying in hills and valley districts of Manipur. So I will straight away go to the finding. There is no significant difference between the satisfactions of male and female higher secondary science student on the infrastructure. There's no significant difference between the satisfactions of government and private higher secondary schools science student on the infrastructure. But there is a significant difference between the satisfactions of hills and valley higher secondary school science student, because the infrastructures in the hills are found to be lesser than those of the valley. There is a significant difference between the attitude of male and female higher secondary school students towards science education, but there is no significant difference between the attitude of students who are studying in government and private schools. And it was also found that there is no significant difference between the attitude of students who are studying in hills and valley districts about science education. So on the conclusion part, student pursues science education due to many reasons, but the finding from the present study indicate that higher secondary school students have a positive attitude towards science education. Students also expect a good job after studying science subject. And then it is found that there is a significant difference between the satisfactions of students studying at hills and valley districts about on infrastructures. It is also found that there is a significant difference between the attitude of male and female higher secondary school student, but there was a significant difference between the attitude of students studying at government and private, and then those students who are studying at hill and valley districts of Manipur. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Professor Sheikh Hifat
Thank you,
Javed,
ma'am.
Assistant
Thank
Professor.
you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Professor Sheikh Javed, Assistant Professor. Are you present, sir? Next is Mr. Yash Lohan, doctoral student.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Please start.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. No, sir. Your
Mrs.
screen is-
Thokchom, रिंकू मैम,
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
ये मिसिस थोकचॉम की जो स्क्रीन चल रही है, प्लीज उनको ऑफ कराओ, तब अगले पार्टिसिपेंट की स्क्रीन आएगी हमारे पास।
Proctor ma'am, Monica ma'am, are you hearing me? Madam Monica, please.
जी सर, जी सर,
जी सर,
आवाज आ रही है मैडम इनको मेरी?
हाँ जी सर आ रही है।
ये किसकी है? ये इसको बंद कर दो ना, ये बच्चे की आवाज किसकी आ रही है?
सर वो मैडम मोनिका के ही बच्चे की आवाज है आई थिंक, तो मैं तो शेयर बंद कर नहीं सकती।
जी सर।
ओके ओके ओके, यस लोहान।
Excuse me, ma'am.
जी जी।
Ma'am, actually my name is not announced.
सीमा।
Yes, ma'am.
इसके बाद हो जाएगा मैम, कोई बात।
Ma'am,
ma'am.
actually due to some health issue, I was not able to prepare the PPT. So can I present it orally?
यस मैम।
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
ओके जी।
Ma'am, is the screen visible now?
यस सर, प्लीज स्टार्ट।
A very good evening to all the dignitaries and eminent research scholars present here. I'm Yash Lohan, a research scholar in the field of geography from Banasali Vidyapit, Rajasthan. I will start with a special vote of thanks to organizers and Satish sir. The title of my research paper is A Study on the Consequences of Climate Change with reference to Himalayan Western region of India. The objective of my study is to analyze the consequences and effects of climate change on temperature and rainfall in the Western Himalayan region. A brief introduction of the Western Himalayan region. It is located in the semi-western part of the Himalayas and spread across the northern Pakistan and northwestern India. It is also called the Punjab Himalayas, drained by the four major rivers of India: Jhelum, Ravi, Beas, Chenab. The major ranges in this region are the Zaskar, Dholadhar, and Pir Panjal range. The highest mountain peak located in the Western Himalayan region is Naga Parbat with an altitude of 8126 meters. There are two factors which have led to the climate change in this region, and these include the natural and the human-induced factors. These are some various findings by the popular climatologists and professors, which have showed that the temperature and rainfall has changed over the last few decades. Here it has been observed that there is an increase in maximum temperature between 1.1 and 2.5 degrees Celsius and 0.5 degrees increase in the average maximum temperature during the years 1971 to 2005. Now moving towards the change in the rainfall pattern, it has been observed that there is a downward trend in the monsoon and average rainfall during the years 1866 to 2006. Dimri and Professor Das has observed that the rainfall, the winter precipitation has decreased in the months of December, January, and February, and the warm days have increased in number. Rajivan, study conducted by Rajivan has showed that there is an increase in the pre-monsoon precipitation during the year 2001 to 2001, 1901 to 2001. This table shows the seasonal and annual departure of the rainfall in percentage in Himachal Pradesh during the years 2004 to 2012. Here in the total annual rainfall, we can clearly see that there are negative signs which shows the rainfall is continuously decreasing year by year. This table shows the departure from the normal rainfall in the monsoon season in the years 2017 to 2021. Here also we can see that the departure from the normal rainfall has decreased except in 2018. Moving towards Uttarakhand, the same trend continues and the departure from the normal rainfall has decreased a lot. Moving towards conclusion and suggestions, from this study we have concluded that there is continuous rise in the heat, global warming and change in climate, and there is a continuous rise in temperature and decrease in rainfall during the last few decades. And the human interference has emerged as a major contributor in changing the climate of the Western Himalayan region. Some of the suggestions are as follows. Some appropriate conservation strategies are required in case of medicinal plants and herbs. Some escalate the research work related to the biodiversity, as the Western Himalayan region is a rich area in terms of biodiversity. And to evaluate the current resources of the region accurately, good coordination required between the government and private research agencies. And the need of the hour is also to implement the strict laws and rules already formed by the government, and also to minimize the human interference in terms of hydroelectric projects, tunnels, and some tourist destinations. Thank you.
Okay, Ji. Thank you. Yes, Ji. Next is Seema, research scholar, Department of Commerce.
Yes, good evening to all the participants and all the organizer. I am Seema, a research scholar in the Department of Commerce. I am presenting my paper on the topic, a bibliometric study on consumer ethnocentrism. So the abstract of my paper is scholarly study on the origins of the product and brands has a strong following in international marketing as indicated by the vast literature that is still growing. So our purpose of the research is to investigate this area that is known as consumer ethnocentrism literature and uncover the most notable contributions and issues that constitute the intellectual underpinnings of this research domain. So using citation and co-citation analysis, we create a multidimensional representation of the consumer ethnocentrism literature with the dual goals of unraveling the literature knowledge, directions, and structure as the foundations for proposing a conceptual framework and identifying new research directions. So the Scopus database is used in this analysis to find the most referenced publications, most studied variables, and the most specific authors, institutions, countries between the period of 2012 to 2022. So based on the findings of our co-citation based on the consumer ethnocentrism knowledge structure, we create a managerial relevant conceptual method to uncover new research topics and expand the scope of the consumer ethnocentrism literature in the fruitful directions. So objectives of my study is to, first objective is to examine the publication trend on the title consumer ethnocentrism. And the second objective is to analyze the annual scientific production, most cited papers, most relevant affiliations, and co-citation network. The methodology part is a bibliometric analysis is an established method of scientific inquiry with the applications in many fields of the research, including management. So the Scopus database has been used for finding out the relevant papers for this study. By searching the word consumer ethnocentrism, we got a list of the 523 articles. Although the articles was not relevant, all the articles were not relevant for the study. So we used a filtration process for the exclusion of the non-relevant papers. So in the filtration process, the search has been limited to some specific words such as consumer ethnocentrism, consumer behavior, country of origin, set scale, consumer attitude, purchase intention, and the actual purchasing behavior. So in the filtration process, we also restrict our search to some particular subjects like psychology, sociology, business, economics, and some specific period that is from 2012 to 2022. So this is how we exclude the irrelevant articles from the list of 523 articles, and finally we get 226 useful articles for our research. So next part is conclusion part. Just a minute. So now I'm concluding my topic. So this study actually mainly used bibliometric analysis in the field of the consumer ethnocentrism. So this study makes several contributions in the field. It provides an overview of the publications, citations, and their growth rate. So secondly, it provides a co-network analysis to show the combinations of the variables that mostly used together. So after analyzing the 226 articles on consumer ethnocentrism, it can be concluded that annual scientific production in the year that was 3.5 was at the top, and in the initial year annual scientific production was very low, but after that it was showing an increasing trend. Next is the next conclusion is related to the affiliations. Institutions such as University of Florida, University of Louisiana, Curtin University, Nottingham University Business School, University Ultra Malaysia, these institutions have contributed the most articles in the field, although University of Florida is the leading university that is contributing 11 articles, followed by next university that is contributing 8 articles. So next concluding part is related to the countries study according to the country. So the most prolific countries who have given their contribution in this field since 2012 is first is United States, next United Kingdom, Spain, China, Australia. Although the USA has contributed the most articles as compared to the other countries, but as compared to USA, India has contributed a moderate level of contribution in this field. So that's all from my part. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next is Miss Agar Chandra Pushpa.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Ma'am, myself Agar Chandra Pushpa, research scholar from Dakshin Bharat Hindi Prachar Sabha. Ma'am, I have one query. Actually, me and my co-author Anita Sharma are presenting paper jointly, and she had already delivered her presentation yesterday in first session. So is there any need to present it again or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Swarna, Assistant and Professor, HOD, INM PG College, CCS University, Meerut. Dr. Swarna?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start, ma'am.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Swarna from INM PG College, Meerut. And I'm going to, and thank you so much for giving me opportunity to present paper before you. And the topic of my paper is psychological influences of cultural and ideological dilemma upon Indian women's psyche in Wife by Bharati Mukherjee. Ma'am, let me share the screen now. Actually, I have problem in my laptop, so I have to share a screen on my phone.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am, my screen is visible to all of you?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, now?
No, ma'am, your screen is not visible. Ma'am, please start without sharing the screen.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
And please wind up within 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Actually, as you know that my topic is psychological influences of cultural and ideological dilemma upon an Indian women's psyche in Wife by Bharati Mukherjee. Let me introduce the topic and the theme of the novel and the story of the novel. As all of us know that Bharati Mukherjee is one of the significant novelists of Indian diaspora, and her literary works mainly focuses on the trauma and the agonies like isolation, alienation, cultural clashes, cross-cultural and ideological crisis, struggle for identity, etc. That her Indian diasporic women characters in her literary works often face in fulfilling their dreams. In this novel, Wife, and the name of the novel is Wife, also she describes the dilemma of an Indian wife who migrates to America and tries to transform into an American life. But her inability to perform and transformation into an American life leads Dimple's life into psychological disorder, the isolation, depression, and frustration. And at the end, it leads her into a murder. Because at the end of the novel, she murders even her own husband also. So in order to get rid of depression and to attain individual freedom and happiness. Thus, through this novel, Mukherjee is trying to explain the distorted psyche of an Indian woman that lives between two worlds, because the main character, the main protagonist of the novel, Dimple, always dreams of going abroad after marriage and enjoys the life of America, especially after getting marriage. So she lives between two worlds, culture, ideologies, and multiple identities. And that's why she, at the end of the novel, she faces a lot of psychological problem due to this clashes. The objective of my study is to study an Indian woman's psyche due to the clashes of East-West ideologies and cultures. And the second objective is to study the result of repressed or unfulfilled desires, emotions, needs, rage, hostility, revenge, and frustration over rejection, etc., from psychological perspective. As we go through the characters of the novel, so there are 4 or 5 characters in this novel, like Dimple Dasgupta, the female protagonist of this novel. The second is Amit Basu, Dimple's husband. Third one is Milt Glaser, young American with whom Dimple has extramarital relationship. And the fourth one is Ina Mulik, Dimple's friend in America. So these are the main characters of this novel. And if we go through the summary of this novel, so we find out that at the starting of this novel, Dimple's father arranges a marriage with an engineer, and the couple moves to New York after getting marriage. Dimple has violent thoughts and frequently imagines way to commit suicide because Amit can't understand the feelings and the emotions of Dimple after marriage. He doesn't care about her feelings and emotions. So Dimple repressed her feelings and emotion towards her husband. Amit fails to notice her discontentment. Dimple turns to her friend Lenny, Ina, Milt, Glaser, and Dimple has an extramarital affair with Milt, an American young boy. And Dimple gets even at the end of the novel, when she got pregnant, she gets miscarriage by jumping ropes. And the result of these types of suppressed or repressed unfulfilled desires is that Dimples murders her own husband at the end of this novel. So let me conclude the novel because due to the shortage of time, I have to conclude the paper. So thus every culture has its own strengths and weaknesses. The immigrants try to find sync between the native culture and the adopted one. That has resulted in psychological eccentricities. And due to this distorted psychology, Dimple doesn't belong anywhere. And she faces a loss of identity, homelessness, cultural displacement, and this location. Because if we go through and if we take the example of our real life, so before marriage means most of the girls want to dream of going abroad and foreign country and enjoy the foreign life and freedom and happiness, and wants to break the social taboos of archetypal typical wife or women of India. So this is the result if we are living between two worlds and two ideology. So what will happen after that? So this is all about my paper, and thank you one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Dr. Sachi Devi P, lecturer in zoology. Are you present, ma'am? Next is Naveen Kumar, PTI, Government High School, Agroha.
Ma'am, I'm there. Yes, I'm Sachi Devi. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Please.
Okay. Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, you can.
Good evening, organizing committee, resource persons, and dear presenters. Good evening to everyone. I'm Dr. Sachi Devi, lecturer in zoology from Women's College, Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. My topic is red sandalwood smuggling, a disgrace to our society. With my presentation, I want to focus on the red sandalwood, an endemic species to our India. So recently you might have heard about, or at least a few people might have watched the movie named, a Telugu movie named Pushpa. The lead role was played by the hero Allu Arjun. And the movie story revolves around the red sandalwood smuggling. And red sandalwood is an endemic species to India, so which is a valuable resource of India. And its scientific name is Pterocarpus santilinus. It is also called red sanders or red sandalwood. It is a species of Pterocarpus native to India, and it is only found in the districts of Kadapa, Chittoor of Andhra Pradesh. And it is a dense timber which will not be infected by worms. So that makes it more valuable. And the articles are very famous, and they are favorites of aristocrats from generation to generation, because of its purple brown color, silky tactile impression, and solemn elegance. Classical furniture and artifacts made of red sandalwood are always ranked very highly. It also has medicinal properties. The wood is also used in making dyes, cosmetics, Ayurvedic products, and pujas. So that is the significance and usage of red sandalwood. And the problem with the red sandalwood is nowadays most smuggling is going on to countries like China as well as Malaysia, Singapore. The wood wood is ranked differently. The wood pieces with the wavy grain margin is graded as A grade. The open market price of the wood is around 25 lakh per ton. This species is listed as endangered species by the International Union for Conservation and for Nature. In India, sandalwood smuggling is a lucrative business for smugglers, as it offers a high price for this wood in China. There are a number of arrests every year of those trying to smuggle this wood to China. Not every year, actually. In our place, we see daily news about the red sandalwood smugglers, and the sandalwood logs caught by the forest officials. Daily in our newspapers, we see the articles about this red sandalwood smuggling. So what are the protective measures taken up by the government? Large-scale smuggling has forced the Supreme Court to direct the center to take up steps to include red sanders in Schedule 6 of the Act, as requested by Andhra Pradesh. Picking or uprooting of red sandal from wild is a penal offence under the Wildlife Protection Act. And the other protection measures include the government of Andhra Pradesh invited global e-tenders for the auction of seized red sandal logs. The auction is also going on. Part of the money obtained would be utilized for the development of red sandals plantations. Government has also decided to establish a research institute on red sandals at Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. Stringent measures are necessary. I conclude stringent measures are necessary to control the smuggling of the wood. In addition to the stringent measures, government has to create awareness among the public so that the people will be feeling the people will feel responsibility about this valuable resource. Otherwise, it would be both the biodiversity and economic loss to our country. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you very much. I thank organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next participant is Naveen Kumar, PTI, Government College, Government High School, Agroha. Next is Miss Tamanna Rani, research scholar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please start, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I am sharing my screen.
जी.
Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Tamanna, research scholar in Punjab University, Patiala. My research topic is a theory-driven approach to assess the relationship between social networking usage and self-esteem, its benefits and risks. Let's start with the introduction. In this networking era, social networking sites play an important role in the daily lives of people. Social networking sites are the virtual communities where users can build their profiles and upload their personal contents like pictures and videos and status updates, or they can also communicate with their friends. Some of the examples of social networking sites are like Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Telegram, Snapchat, etc. Now the question arises whether these social networking sites or dynamics lead to certain self-esteem consequences, as self-esteem is a person's positive or negative attitude towards oneself as well as person's favorable or unfavorable view of himself or herself. So this study attempts to find the relation between social networking usage and self-esteem. For this, firstly, this study proposed that self-esteem is driven by theory-based three processes. The first one is social comparison, second one is social feedback processing, and the third one is self-reflection. Secondly, this study reviewed the role of these three processes of self-esteem in the social networking environment. Let's start with the first theory, that is social comparison theory. As per this theory, people have a continuing basic desire to evaluate themselves with others. When people compare themselves to others who are better than them, then they can develop a lower self-esteem, or when they are making upward comparison, it would lead to their lower self-esteem. Simultaneously, when people comparing to the person with the fewer abilities or qualifications, or we can say downward comparison, it generally linked to their self-esteem would be high. In a similar way, when we applied this theory in a social networking environment, when people browsing the profile of other users, other people, then if they are making upward comparison, or they are browsing the profiles of people having a high social status, they have more number of likes and comments, then it would decrease their self-esteem. But when they compare themselves to the person with the fewer abilities, then it will increase their self-esteem. Next theory is sociometric theory. As per this theory, self-esteem is a barometer that reflects social approval and rejection by others. Receiving negative feedback or any form of social rejection from others, it would be a threat to the self-esteem of people. But when people receive positive feedback, it will increase their self-esteem. So when we applied this theory in a social networking environment, when the users receive more positive social feedback, or they are getting more likes on their uploaded contents like photos and videos, then it will increase their self-esteem. Then the third one is self-reflection theory. While the social connection is an important factor in determining individual self-esteem can also be generated from more internal factors. As per the self-affirmation theory, other positive aspects of the self can all serve as a self-evaluation and thus impact individual self-esteem. When the users create their own content on their profiles on the social networking sites, it will help them to it will raise their self-awareness and to be more conscious about the favorable effects about themselves. So it would increase,
ma'am.
yes ma'am, it would increase their self-perception. Now, the finding of the study revealed that social networking use is a significant predictor of self-esteem. Using social networking sites for upward social comparison has a detrimental effect on user self-esteem, whereas receiving positive feedback or participating in self-reflection has a favorable impact. Social networking could be good or bad, but it all depends on the people, how they use it. So there is a need for the governments and the institutes to aware the people about the social networking sites uses effectively and maintain a balance between the use of social media and a practical life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mrs. Parvinder Kaur, Senior Research Fellow, Punjab University, Patiala.
Yes, ma'am, I'm present. I'm sharing my screen. Please let me know if it is visible or not.
Okay.
So, should I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my topic is assessing the green human resource management practices of IT sector companies of Chandigarh. I am Pravinder Kaur, a research scholar from Punjab University, Patiala. This paper is also co-authored by Dr. Ila Mittal. She is an assistant professor from Punjab University, Patiala also. So starting with the objective of the paper, the main aim of the study is to assess the green human resource management practices of IT companies in Chandigarh, that what are the green human resource management practices followed by them, and what are the most prevalent and least prevalent practices in these companies. So starting with the introduction, environmental sustainability has become essential in society and organizations. The occurrence of natural disasters, climate change, and depletion of natural resources has become disturbing. So in response to this, many organizations are inclined towards ensuring that the daily operations are less harmful to the environment through the implementation of environmental management system or green initiative. So green HRM or green human resource management facilitate environmental management by aligning human resource management functions with environmental management practices like recruitment and selection is combined with the environmental practices. It makes green recruitment and selection. Now, coming to the concept or meaning of green HRM, what is green HRM? It is an integration of HRM with environmental management, as we have already discussed. Now, the practices of green HRM, green job description, green recruitment and selection, green training and development, green performance management, green compensation system, green employee involvement and empowerment. These practices, these human resource management functions are combined with the environmental management in order to protect the environment. So next is research methodology. The data was collected from 230 IT sector employees, IT sector companies employees working in Chandigarh. All the items of variables are measured using 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. A second order scale of green HRM was adopted from Tang et al. 2018. So data was analyzed by using t-test in IBM SPSS statistic version 23. So here is my demographic profile of the respondent. Next is on the basis of t-test, I found that green employee involvement.
Conclude कीजिए, ma'am, please.
Okay, I'm concluding my presentation. So the main aim of the research was to examine the prevalence of the green human resource management practices. It was found that 2 green human resource management practices, that green recruitment and selection and green employee involvement, are practiced at high level and have the ranking of first and second respectively. Other practices like green performance appraisal, green job description, green health and safety are followed at moderate level. And on the other hand, green compensation management and green training and development are the lowest prevalent practices in IT sector companies so have lowest ranking. So companies are encouraged to follow the green human source management practices in order to protect the environment in organizations also. So this is all about my manuscript. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next participant is Dr. Ibadat Khan, Assistant Professor. Dr. Ibadat Khan. Next is Miss Petek Harino, student, Nagaland University.
Hello, ma'am.
G.
Hello. Yes, my name is Betty Kenyo.
Okay, ma'am.
Actually, we co-authored my paper with Dr. Rashmi, and she has presented earlier, so I don't need to present again, I suppose.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Ma'am.
G.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, I have a request to make. In the presenters list, there's a mistake with my name. That Betty
Okay.
Kenyo, that P at the last should not be there. Can you kindly make the necessary changes?
G. Please, you can leave a message in the message box.
All right, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
G. Next is Miss Priya Rani, research scholar. Priya Rani. Next is Miss Sprinkle, research scholar, Kurukshetra University. Next is Professor Dr. Suman Devi, Assistant Professor, Government College, Bal Saman. Miss Himanshi, research scholar.
Yes, ma'am. Very good evening. Himanshi this side. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry for inconvenience due to some issue. I won't be able to share my screen or slides. I will be explaining verbally, orally. My topic of today's my paper presentation topic is factors affecting employees' job involvement in travel agency. So this study basically aims on how job involvement of an employee, or what are the factors that affect the job involvement of an employee. So before analyzing the factor, one should have the information or knowledge regarding why job involvement is required. So what are the benefits and why it is required? First of all, when a person is involved in their job, is tend to sorry, there is some disturbance from in background. Okay. First of all, what are the benefits? The first one is, if the person is involved in their job with full consistency, then the turnover can be reduced. Turnover, the tendency of leaving the job or switching the job or joining any other jobs. Motivation. If the person is involved in their job, they will feel motivated. Communication. Job involvement always improve the communication within the organization among the employees in the organization, and provides the employer the opportunity to share their views openly or discuss their views regarding any concern or regarding the objective that organization want to achieve. Improves the employees' morale, reduce the operation cost of HR, because the employees is involved in it and they don't need to recruit the new employees. Already the employees that are working in their organization are involved in their job, so they don't need to recruit the new persons, or they don't need to lay off the employees that are currently working in the organization. So what are the determinants? When the study is basically talking about the factors, and also we can call it as determinant that affects the job involvement. So first of all, again, as I've told, motivation. If the person is not motivated, if the person is not feeling comfortable in that organization, he will not be involved in that job. And job involvement is very much necessary for every employee, or every organization, because every organization considers their employees as an asset. If the employee is working or giving their 100%, the organization will grow. So motivation is very much required for that. Organization citizenship behavior, which is we can also call it as supportive action of employees with the other employees. So one have to be very much friendly, or one have to be a supportive action, supportive behavior with other employees, a friendly work culture, or a comfortable work culture will help the employee in job involvement. And the last one is job satisfaction. Job satisfaction, if the employee is satisfied with their job, when we talk about job satisfaction is again a different other variable which has other sector which is affected by various different variables like salary, whether they are getting the enough salary, enough pay, or they are getting the recognition and rewards for performing the activities or performing their jobs well. Performance, whether they are getting the performance appraisal, if they are doing the task on time or before time, or with effectively they are achieving the targets. So whether the organization is facilitating their employees or rewarding their employees, this basically impact the job satisfaction. And again, job satisfaction impacts the job involvement of an employee. So these are the, if I conclude my findings, so there are three variables that are very much prominent, or three factors that was very much prominent that affect the job involvement of employee. First one is motivation. Second one was organizational citizen behaviorship. If the person is comfortable within the organization, he will perform good, or he will that will affect the productivity of the employee. And last one is job satisfaction. If the employee is satisfied, they will definitely do the tasks more effectively, or the assigned task will be performed on time. Yes. So how I correlate that to travel agency? Similar like other industries, travel industry also requires job involvement, and travel industry basically is a human-based industry. We are totally based on how we treat to the guests. This is not yeah. So this is how I will conclude in 3-4 lines. So job involvement again is important in travel industry like other industries. So one need to be focused on motivation. If the organization organize such kind of events or such kind of trainings to keep their employees motivated, this will definitely help the organization to grow in the future. That's it. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Next is Mr. Vinod Kumar, research scholar.
Yes, ma'am. Present, ma'am.
Department of Geography. Mr. Vinod Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. Are my slides visible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. The topic of my presentation is rice wheat ecosystem and its impact on groundwater in Western Haryana plains of northern India. The success of green revolution in Haryana has been seen as self-sufficiency in food grain production. At one hand, it has changed the traditional cropping pattern of pearl millet in Kharif and pulses in Rabi to paddy or rice in Kharif and wheat in Rabi cropping season. On the other hand, it also impacts on the ecology of the region. This is the study area, includes 4 districts, Sirsa, Fatehabad, Hisar and Bhiwani. The objective of this paper is to analyze green revolution implications under rice wheat ecosystem and its impact on the groundwater resources. The change in the cropping pattern has been result of green revolution indicators like fertilizer consumption, cropping and irrigation intensity, increase in the number of tractors, tube wells, high yielding varieties of seeds, etc. All these indicators of green revolution are showing tremendous increase in green revolution period. This is the database and methodology which is used to classify the cropping area of different seasons. This is the result of classified maps showing the change in the Kharif and Kharif cropping pattern and Rabi cropping pattern of Western Haryana plains. With increase in the area of rice in Kharif and wheat in Rabi cropping season, the requirement of water has also increased, shown in this table. By using Groundwater Resource Estimation Committee 1997 methodology, the stages of groundwater development indicates 7 blocks in Western Haryana plain are in overexploited category, 2 in critical category, 5 in semi-critical, and 17 blocks are in safe category. So we can conclude that the change in cropping ecosystem in Western Haryana has led to the problems of groundwater depletion. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mehta Solo Ritse, research scholar, Nagaland University.
Okay, ma'am, can I present the paper orally? I have some technical issues.
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay.
Please conclude within 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. I'll be presenting on the topic mental health as a predictor of emotional intelligence of college students. As we all know that mental health is the most important factor in order to live a productive and good life. It is very important to maintain mental fitness. Mental health implies a harmonious relationship with oneself and others in one's environment and the ability to not sink in the face of adversity. So going straight to the objective of the paper, the objective of my paper is to find the correlation between mental health and emotional intelligence of female college students. The second objective is to find the correlation between mental health and emotional intelligence of male college students. The third objective is to study the individual contribution of the dimensions of mental health, that is emotional stability, overall adjustment, autonomy, security, insecurity, self-concept, and intelligence in predicting emotional intelligence of college students. So based on the objective, null hypothesis has been formulated accordingly, that there is no significant correlation between mental health and emotional intelligence of female college students. And there is no significant correlation between mental health and emotional intelligence of male college students. Third, there is no significant individual contribution of the dimension of mental health. So straight away to the results and the discussion of the paper. Based on the analysis and based on Pearson correlation, the data analysis has revealed that there is positive and significant correlation between mental health and emotional intelligence of male and female college students. It therefore means that when there is high mental health, emotional intelligence is also likely to be high. Now, the multiple regression analysis has also shown that the individual contribution of emotional stability of the dimension of mental health predicted 11.33%, which is the highest, whereas insecurity dimension of mental health did not significantly contribute in predicting emotional intelligence of college students. So as the individual contribution of mental health in predicting emotional intelligence is only 32.22%, we can assume that 66.78% of the external factors, which are not part of the present study, predict emotional intelligence of college students. So coming to the implication, mental health awareness should be carried out not only in educational institution, but also appointment of psychiatrists and psychologists in the institution should be taken up by the concerned stakeholders. Besides, teachers should also be sensitized on mental health for their own well-being and also to identify and help students with mental health issues. Studies have shown that individuals with mental disorders have lower overall emotional intelligence. As such, college students are vulnerable to many forms of mental health issues, which affect their overall adjustment in their environment, including their emotional intelligence. Therefore, it is very imperative for one to maintain proper mental health. So that's all from my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Dr. Ella Mittal, Assistant Professor, Punjab University, Patiala. Dr. Ella Mittal. Next is Boliapalli Venkata Rao, Assistant Professor, Nagaland University, a Central University. Next is
Thank
Mr.
you. Yes, madam, I am here. Please
Okay,
kindly.
sir, please.
Yeah. Thank you for the time. Kindly allow me to share my screen. Let me see whether it is possible or not. I hope my screen is visible to you all, ma'am.
Not now. Screen sharing is continued. Yes, sir. It's visible now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, madam. I think my paper title is Effects of Intellectual Styles on Academic Performance in Mathematics of Tribal Students. It was a empirical research paper. And in this paper, the term intellectual styles has been operationally defined the combination of cognitive styles, and as well as their study, learning and thinking styles together, and also have been seen this brain dominance also has been seen in this paper. And the next, according to the title, in my study, dependent variable is academic achievement in mathematics. Independent variables are cognitive styles and learning and thinking styles. And there is only one objective to find out whether there would be any significant direct and indirect effect of intellectual styles on mathematics achievement of tribal students at secondary level. And hypothesis also same. There would be a significant direct and indirect effect of intellectual styles on achievement in mathematics of tribal students at secondary level. And when it comes to the methodology part, the sample size was 632 10th class tribal students of Kohima district of Nagaland were selected through simple random sampling technique from the almost 23 schools, And when it comes to the research design, it was a quantitative research design approach, and especially descriptive survey method was employed for the present study. And regarding tools, there was three tools have been used. One is academic achievement test in mathematics that was constructed and standardized by the researcher himself. And then there is another cognitive style inventory developed by Praveen Kumar that was standardized by Praveen Kumar. Another one is slot by Venkatraman 1994, and there is right hemisphere, left hemisphere, whole hemisphere. Means this style of learning and thinking scale was a combination of these three different things also. Let us see the things. And statistics was used, item analysis and reliability validity analysis also has been done. And also moreover, the main analysis was path analysis to know the direct and indirect effects of independent variables on dependent variable through structural equation modeling through IBM almost software. And this is the actually prediction model. Then it was tested through path analysis. And here you can see all the cognitive styles and styles of learning and thinking and mathematics achievement test. And under cognitive style, there are two subscales. Under SOLT, there are 3 subscales. So path analysis has been run. But in this one, there are some insignificant paths also there. This one we can see from this table. So the red color highlighted all these things are insignificant paths in the predicted model. So then again, path analysis has been run to delete the insignificant paths. So finally, this is the final model of testing. Prediction model was finally decided like this. And here you can see from this one, this is all the systematic cognitive style and intuitive cognitive style has directly impact on their total cognitive style, and the right brain and left brain, whole brain also has the direct impact of their thinking and learning styles. And especially moreover, the main part of research study is cognitive styles and as well as their tribal students thinking and learning styles also significantly and directly positively affect their mathematics performance in mathematics.
Please conclude.
Yes. From this one we can also conclude that there is it from the tribal students' cognitive styles and tribal students' thinking learning styles had a direct positive effect on tribal on their performance in academic mathematics achievement. So, and also moreover, we can also predict that tribal students' cognitive styles explain 96% of the variance in mathematics achievement, while styles of thinking and learning, that means the brain dominance, also explained by around 89% of the variance in mathematics achievement. And these are the findings also we can also drawn from the that paths, and also from the paths we can be drawn. And when you see the discussion also, these are the few previous researchers also, they are consistent, they are agree with my results, present results. Okay, this is my study, madam. So this is brief. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next is Ashok Kumar, Assistant Professor, Government College, Hisar. Ashok Kumar ji. Next is Mrs. Rajni Varun, Assistant Professor, SD Government College, Ajmer. Next is Dr. Deepika, Assistant Professor.
Yes, ma'am, I am there.
Okay, please continue, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Deepika Deswal, Assistant Professor Sociology in Sterling Global University. First of all, I want to pay humble thanks to our organizing committee to give me a chance to present my presentation in front of you. Now I am sharing my screen. Ma'am, screen is visible or not?
Yes, screen is visible.
The topic of my presentation is association between socio-economic variables and level of psychological problem of the female-headed household, a sociological study. First of all, we know about the what is female-headed household. In India, the head of the household for census purpose is a person who is recognized as such by the household. She or he is generally the person who bears the chief responsibility for managing the affairs of the household. There is no recommendation कि the person is the oldest या younger person of the family. As the leader of the household, women have to face more problems compared to male heads, but all the female heads are not facing similar problems. The study will be were conducted in Haryana, and to find out the determination of their psychological problems. Data used for the study were collected from cultural zone of Haryana using a structured interview schedule. About 90% of the female heads of the household under study reported some psychological problems. There are some psychological problems such as mental health problems, mental health such as depression, stress, lack of happiness, and hope for life in the future. Then personal problems like role conflict, overburden of work, and end of love. Role conflict such as the fulfill all the roles of parent that subsequently they have to bear a great deal of pressure, in many cases beyond their capacity. Role conflict according to custom and role defined for man and woman in their community, they are playing different roles by female headed household. And of love, in their patriarchal society, mostly women forced to marry their brother-in-law after the death of their husband, and with forced marriage, love is the or for them. There is social isolation. They, after the death of their husband, they prefer to choose a form of isolation and selection to maintain their privacy and social status. And then I conclude the study. Becoming a head of the household for women is not only associated with negative consequences, but in some cases lead to positive outcomes such as positive self-concept and social maturity. Therefore, to promote the health and empowerment of female-headed household, multidimensional program and needed that encompass art aspect of their health. Thank you so much. This is from my side.
Thank you. Next
Thank
is
you, ma'am.
Dr. Neelam Kumari. PGT lecturer. Dr. Neelam Kumari. Next is Ankur Sharma, assistant professor.
Yes, ma'am. Is I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen. Please tell me whether it is visible or not. Just a minute.
Ji.
Is my screen is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you. So good evening, everyone. I am Ankur Sharma. I am assistant professor in Disha Bharati College of Management and Education, Sahanpur. Also a research scholar in Department of Commerce, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut. Today, I'm here to present my paper on climate change agenda action and Indian perspective. So moving towards to the objectives, I have three objectives in this paper. One is to know the impact of climate change on various aspects of life. Second is to see the challenges to combating climate change. And third one is Indian government action plan for the same, that is combating climate change. So the research is totally exploratory and descriptive research, which is consist of secondary data mainly taken from number of books, national, international journals, reviewed literatures, and various websites. Moving towards the introductions, the first thing is the impact of climate change on various aspects of life. Firstly, on health. If we talk about the impact of climate change on health, it is giving very negative impact on health, as we can see from the various researchers that malnutrition and related health problems are due to the climate change. And basically the problems in children, like children retardations and poor peoples are basically more affected due to this kind of climate change, as they have to rely on contaminated water and food and number of things. One research paper says that by 2050, children malnutrition will be expected to increase by 35% as compared to the situation without climate change. This is a severe impact of climate change. And the heat waves, they also impacted a lot and leads to deaths and injuries due to the extreme climate weathers. The next one is conflict due to the water disputes. As I'm taking everything in very concise way, as the time limitation is there. So please, conflict and water dispute. So as we can see that Indus and Ganga Brahmaputra, these are the basins are significantly transboundaries rivers, and rising water demands has already resulted in dispute between the nation and states over the water sharing. We have seen this kind of disputed many times, and this is basically because there is a lack of management and the poor impact of climate change. Then underground water. The underground water is totally depends upon the monsoon based agriculture, and which is seen that it is being decreasing over the period, and 60% of Indian agriculture is totally depends upon the monsoon. So even without climate change, India's groundwater supply is overexploited due to number of things like poor management, like decline in water table. This is also an expanding the population, more affluent habits, and number of other things which are impacting on decreasing the ground level. Next is melting of glaciers. Due to the climate change, due to the increase in temperature, overall the glaciers are increasing, which further leads to number of other problems, and they are also basically reducing the snow cover across the glaciers of Himalayan glaciers. So this is major impact. Then sea level, due to the same thing, the sea level also increase, which become a kind of danger to all number of cities and areas which are coastal areas. Mumbai is the world largest population which is vulnerable to the coastal flooding, and rapid and uncontrolled urbanizations enhance this kind of dangers due to the sea level rising. And there are number of disease which is due to the salinity level of the coastal region, which is being increased due to the sea level rise, and affected agriculture, decrease in ground level quality, polluting drinking water, number of other things which lead to number of disease.
Please conclude, sir, please.
Yeah, I'm moving towards that. Then food securities is basically depend upon this. And next is energy safety, because we need thermal power and hydropowers, and energy safety is very necessary. And to the proper deployment of this, the water is needed. Heat waves are there which are impacting the health. Moving towards to the challenges. The challenges are environmental situation, as I have told you, then air pollution. As you can see, there will be a number of cities in India, those who are having fine particulate matters in air, and Delhi is considered to be the highest polluted city. And similarly, the average ranking of most polluted city in South Asia and Central Asia. So this is also including number of Indian cities. This is a challenge for us. Deforestation and water pollution is there. Now the action plans. If we will talk about the action plans, there are a number of action plans, majorly 5 I have included in this paper. Renewable energy. So Indian Prime Minister has told that we are totally focusing over renewable energy rather than the traditional way of obtaining energy. Then mobility for the sustainability. That means we are totally going for mobilization, that is e-rickshaws and number of other battery operated things. So this is also leading to sustainability. Then conservation of water is very necessary. There are a number of activities taken by the Indian government, like Jal Shakti Abhiyan is being put into the action. New Jal Shakti ministry is being that is established for the clean drinking water and domestic water actions. Then next is coalitions, that is international coalitions. There are a number of international coalitions in which the India has become the part. International Solar Alliance with the France is there, and 80 nations have signed this kind of agreements, and there are a number of others.
Sir, please conclude.
I'm concluding, ma'am. And then low carbon routes. That means we have to rely on low carbon. So the conclusion part is that we have number of challenges in climate change, but Indian government has number of plans, and we are going on the right way. But it is required the necessary approach in a holistic way by all nations, by all people, by all citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Neelam Kumari, PhD scholar. Ms. Neelam Kumari. Next is Mr. Prashant Hisar, research scholar, College of Education, Helagappa University.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. I'm here.
Please
I hope the
conclude
screen is visible.
2 or 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So myself, Prashant, doing research under Dr. Rajan, Professor, Department of Lifelong Learning, Helagappa University, and my topic is the 21st century tools available for the development of self-learning package using the techno-pedagogical skills to enhance the achievement of students. You know very well the ultimate aim of education nowadays is not increasing the knowledge, but to helping the child to invent and discover. And what is self-learning package? It is a method of instruction which is complementary to the conventional teaching and helps the students to discover and learn by themselves. And teacher plans everything and designs everything in self-learning package. And technology can be utilized for developing the self-learning packages, and using the techno-pedagogical skills, we can give colorful learning experience for our students. And while developing the techno-pedagogical self-learning package, we have to think the analysis phase and the design phase, developmental phases, implementation phases. Here, the ultimate aim of this analytical study, based on the previous researchers and collected reviews and websites, the studies taken some analysis on the basis of what are the tools, different tools that can be utilized for the development of self-learning package in digital mode. Based on that, the most common digital tools we can use for development of the video lessons are here, and a lot of tools are available for the development of digital textbooks, and animated contents also we can develop very freely and cheaply with small training sections, and interactive presentations also we can include in the self-learning package with the support of these type of tools. And also the colorful mind maps also we can give a summarized view of the content to be delivered to the students. And we can transfer the contents already prepared with the support of some learning management systems. And also we can assess the achievement of students with the support of lot of digital tools. Based on the analysis and the conclusion arrived that self-learning packages are much useful for delivering courses as well as for the transfer of knowledge to students and for the development of the students, maybe directly or indirectly by motivating them in a colorful way. Thank you for the wonderful opportunity and thanks for the entire team of ICERT. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Prashanta Mujarai, research scholar. Mr. Prashanta. Ms. Sushila Kumari, Assistant Professor of Psychology.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Ji.
Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sushila Kumari, Assistant Professor of Psychology in FC College, Hisar. So today my topic is the impact of COVID-19 on environment. So COVID-19 is a pandemic which everyone knows that the COVID-19 pandemic has hit the world hardly as the beginning of 2020. And it spread more quickly all over the world. COVID-19 first reported in December 2019. The mid of the March 2021, it hits almost all countries of the world. The death rate increased and the death rate is at the peak stage at the mid of the March. As the preventive measure, many countries has enforced the enforced lockdown and quarantine. The people are infected. The result of the lockdown, many activities stopped. The economy was badly affected. The main businesses have great losses, and however, it has been give us some positive effect. Everybody knows the negative effect of COVID-19, but it has give us some positive effect. Like jo environment, jo air quality, like air quality is improved. And pollution is almost decreased at the rate of full speed, and the economy was badly affected and some business bear great losses. However, it has been give us more positive effect, like air quality is improved, and metropolitan city like Delhi, Kolkata, and Mumbai and many industrial area reduce their level of CO2, nitrogen, sulfur, and particulate matter. Not over India, many other countries improve their environment. On the other hand, the ozone level is ambient air have been found to increase, especially the nitrogen emission is reduced. And positive effect of COVID-19 is improved water quality of natural resources. Wastewater facilitate have reported a higher level of organic load with persistent chemical. Due to increased use of sanitizer, antibodies, the waste is a lot of quality. The solid waste generated due to COVID-19 is increased. The work provided,
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. The work provided a distinct overview considering the impact imposed by COVID-19 on air, water waste, and solid waste as critical element of environment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is Miss Mehak Chabda, research scholar, University of Rajasthan. Miss Mehak. Next is Dr. Sudesh Kumari, Assistant Professor, CRM JAT College. Dr. Sudesh Kumari. Next participant is Miss Tina Bhatia.
Hello.
Research scholar.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Dr. Rinku. Thank you so much. Am I audible enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Is my PPT visible?
Not now.
Okay. Just a minute, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Please, ma'am, 2 or 3 minutes you have.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I'm Tina Bhatia, research scholar from the School of Education, GD Goenka University, and I'm presenting the title of my paper, a study on the impact of the skill training on the psychosocial well-being of the wives of the Indian military personnel. With a short introduction, the wives of the Indian military personnel are very agile and dynamic, and they seek an active participation in the skill training courses provided at numerous centers across the nation. The research paper sets out to explore the influence of the different factors pertaining to the skill training participation, which tend to cast their effect on the psychosocial well-being of the wives. Now, psychosocial well-being is a very broad term and of great interest to the society today, and especially in the education domain. Various articles written by scholars like Carol Griff, Negovan, Carlo, and Barlow have proven that psychosocial well-being is actually nothing, but it is a collection of well-being. And it is the quality of life. It is synonym to psychological well-being as well as emotional health. It refers to, in other words, overall functioning in relation to the feelings of an individual. The research question is, what are the different factors which impact the psychosocial well-being of the wives of the Indian military personnel in relation to their participation in the skill training program? The keywords are the following, and the methodology, the research design is a descriptive research, population of study is a wife, sample size is 200, and technique is a judgmental sampling. Hypothesis is the skill training participation significantly influences psychosocial well-being of the wives of the Indian military personnel, and personal structure interviews had been conducted, and EFA was being carried. Questionnaire was prepared on a 5-point Likert scale. Primary and cross-sectional data was used, and a pilot survey was also done. Here is the descriptive analysis of the factors, and the highest mean score was found to be in personal growth factor as well as the emotional health. Correlation analysis was also done. The regression analysis also used, which shows a linear relationship. And the conclusion is that the study depicts all the included factors like personal growth, purpose in life, self-satisfaction, emotional health, and interpersonal relationships are very significant, and they do affect the psychosocial well-being of the wives who have participated in the skill training. It is of great interest to the research community. The research is very unique. It is novel. It is an avant-garde in the realm of research community. The knowledge of specific factors have been provided. Programs and policies should be initiated at the government institutional level to provide guidance and counseling sessions to improve the psychosocial well-being. Supportive, inclusive, accessible work environment is also very much the need of the hour. With this, I conclude, and thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot.
Next is Dr. Suman Malik, Assistant Professor, Government College, Jhansi. Dr. Suman Malik. Next is Rinku Rani, AMSSS Bhivani, Rohila, Hisar. Next is Mrs. Poonam Kumari, research scholar.
Good evening, ma'am.
Poonam Kumari.
I'm sharing my screen, ma'am.
Okay.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. 2 or 3 minutes, ma'am.
Ma'am, my topic is study of tools and techniques to predict students' retention rate in higher education institutes. In the Indian context, predicting students' retention is a major problem. Retention is a major concern because it gives a big impact not only students but also waste of public funds. These are table of contents. Introduction. Data mining, a famous and effective way of discovering new information from huge and complicated data sets, is data mining. Data mining is the process of extracting hidden and useful information and patterns from large data sets. Educational data mining, it is the process of transforming raw data obtained from educational systems into useful data. Educational data mining is about improving learning outcomes by mining and analyzing data collected as we teach. Literature review. M. Revati investigates the cause and reasons for dropout. They reviewed some of the studies related to this work. It also suggests consequential cause and some preventive measures to reduce students' dissertation. There is no single cause and reason for students to interrupt your education. Ben Yakub and others were described the use of data mining techniques to predict students' retention of computer science undergraduate students after 3 years of enrollment in university. Diaz-Pedrosa reviewed the techniques, tools, algorithms, and attributes for data mining used in students' dissertation. They found that Vecka tool is the most widely used tool to implement the classifier, and they also found that the J48 algo was the most used algo in decision trees. Conclusion. After reviewing around 20 research papers to find out the cause of student dropout, some useful data mining techniques and algo are discussed to predict students' dropout based on findings of these papers. Major factors like family background, gender, parental educational status, marital status, location, etc. are the factors which affect the dropout. These are discussed to reduce retention rate in educational institutes. Observations. After reviewing these research papers, I observed that different researchers have been working on educational data and find different results depending on their requirements. In the most of research papers, researchers used classification and clustering algo to extract data for their prediction in educational settings. These techniques were widely used in the early period of educational data mining. To make predictions, students' traits are used. The various traits used in prediction student performance are academic, social, demographic, personality, and family traits. But in most cases, the students' GPA, internal grades, external grades, parental education, profession, and poor teaching methodology are the main factors that influences students' outcome. Discussion. Educational dropout is a major problem in the Indian education system. We consider that the prediction of student dropout is very important because it further affects the literacy rate, the national development of any country. Most researchers
conclude, ma'am, please.
Conclusion. After reviewing these papers, I conclude that it is important to say that forecasting dropout is a major, important, and challenging task for every educational institute, manager, policymaker, and educators. To deal with these problems, the researchers tries to make use of data mining techniques. After studying several important research papers, I realized that the data mining techniques would prove useful in improving education. In my study, I found that data mining techniques are useful in online study program, engineering organization to predict their status, educational dropout prediction, students' overall score, etc. Future scope. These selected features can be increased or changed in our future research because I have studied these traits according to the frequency of their occurrence in the selected paper under study. Also, this information is useful for developing the plan and their implementation to minimize the dropout and improving the enrollment rate at various educational institutes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ji. Next is Mr. Rajinder Singh.
Excuse me, ma'am. Myself, Tinku. I want to present my paper now.
Yes, ma'am. You can present, but you have only 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. The topic of my paper is Literature and Society, an analysis of Bachchan's novel, The Bride Price. Main objectives of the paper is to explore cultural practices, impact on women and men of slave background. The main focus of the study is to highlight gender discrimination, conflict between tradition and modernity, biasness towards descendants of slaves. The novelist belongs to Nigeria, and she depicts how women are marginalized and oppressed in that society. Even descendants of slaves, they are considered inferior. Only people belonging to a high class, they are considered center of the society. Women are oppressed and supposed to be meek and submissive audience and follower in the family. Akunana, the protagonist under the modern education, tries to challenge social norms, but she's kidnapped, tortured because of her rebellious attitude. And finally, she surrendered to the system. So novelist present here that balance and harmony is required in the society, and she appears to be an advocate of social change. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next is Mr. Rajinder Singh. He's a scholar. Mr. Rajinder Kumar. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. सतीश सर, क्या आपको इनकी आवाज आ रही है?
नहीं मैम.
राजेंद्र सिंह जी, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ. क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं राजेंद्र कुमार जी? नेक्स्ट को बुलाए
जी.
नेक्स्ट मिस्टर सुखबीर दूहन, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार. Mr. Sukhbir Duhan. Next is Miss Nidhi Kamboj.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Am I audible? Ma'am, audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
A minute, I will share the screen. Ma'am, is visible to you?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to all of you. I'm here from Nidhi. This is Nidhi Kamboj from Lovely Professional University, and my topic is perception of senior secondary school students towards online education. So, production of the topic like online is an technical academic shipping system that consists of mastering that takes place through the internet. Online gaining knowledge of allows educators to talk to students who won't be able to enrolling in a conventional class. Want to work all their time at their pace. Every subject is search in the quantity of providing online stages with brilliant tempo. Schools and institutions that offer online training are also very great. Students pursue through online studies having to be scrupulous in making sure their course work is finished through a well-designed traditional university. Online training is understood to offer the benefits of the format higher makes room for dynamic communications among students and the lectures. So basically, online schooling has received a hot approval as a result of its sites are greater inexpensive than the schools or schools. While at least universities, we may also have to spend transportation, accommodations, and food. Online schooling may not require such costs. So here's a statement of the problem, like an study to explore the perception of Indian school students towards online education. Objectives to study the
Please conclude, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Objectives to study the perception of senior secondary school students We'll find out the difference in the perception of senior secondary school students towards online education with respect to general location, type, school, and street. Hypothesis. Senior second delimitations. The present study delimited to the secondary school students studied in the government and private senior secondary school affiliated to Uttar Pradesh School Education Board Saharanpur of Uttar Pradesh during the session 2021 and 22. Design of the study. The descriptive survey method was used to collect the data from students. The government 88 boys and 22 girls and 34 boys and 31 girls studied in senior secondary school studied in Kanpur district through the purposive sampling technique. A purposive application by Dr. Kumar and Dr. Harish 2000 was used to the data. The objective and hypothesis of the study have been tested by using percentage result as in the perception of senior secondary school student toward online with respect to gender, locale, and type of school. There is no significant difference in perception of senior secondary towards online education belonging to science, commerce, and arts. So the conclusion is like 61.5% of senior secondary school students having an average favorable perception towards online education. There exists no significant difference in perception of female and male senior secondary school students towards online education. Government secondary school students have more favorable perception towards online education as compared to private counterpart. Perception towards online education as compared to their urban counterpart. There exists no significant students towards online education for senior secondary school students belonging to science and commerce stream and commerce arts stream, but there exists significant difference in perception of school students belonging to science and arts stream. Thank you.
Thank you, ji. Thank you. Dr. Anita Devi.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but you have only 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, I am unable to share the screen. Don't know what is the reason. May I start with my paper reading?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes, my topic is emotional intelligence, a changing mode of behavior, contains challenges for academics, now become an effective tool for learning. As we know already, Madam Dr. Arna, Achal and Dr. Rashmi has spoken on this topic about the emotional intelligence represents the real ability to judge, recognize, communicate, and control emotions. Emotional intelligence contains the components self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skill. Ma'am, I would like to tell that this concept was first of all given by Daniel Goleman in 1951. And in this, the key elements of emotional intelligence are the instinctive or subjective experience, the biological or physiological reaction, the demeanor or behavioral response, in which everybody feels during the exam times, we feel that a churning in stomach, a sweat on hand, and these all things comes in every student and every learner. Here I would like to discuss the concept that during online session,
Ma'am, myself Dr. Sukhbir.
During online session, every student has felt the lack of EI. As we always talk about the IQ, intelligent quotient, but we must focus on the emotional intelligence that will enhance the ability of the students, and they can achieve, which is the goal of India, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, because when we focus on social elements, and that social elements comes only with emotional intelligence. And as I was reading, as an English professor, I have learned the one lesson of Isaac Asimov. He has written the work, The Fun They Had, in 1951, and he is talking about the 2157 year. In that, the students, Margie, they always comes on with their online teacher, and they at that time they found a book, and in that it was written of their great grandfather. In that it was written that we used to go to the school, and due to that, and we are leaving this phase in 2022, which Asimov was telling that they will be in 2157. So, ma'am, lack of emotional intelligence took the students to the concept of suicide. And if they are if their emotional intelligence is strong, then like the Michael Phillips, and I would like to introduce Edison, Thomas Alva Edison, the great inventor of electricity, whose mothers had never told him that you are edible, and he himself said that Alva Edison was an adult child, that my hero mother became the genius of the century. Although the mentor was of the view, empathy acts and sympathy doesn't. Empathy lies within emotional intelligence. As in the words of APJ Abdul Kalam, I would like to conclude that every teacher can work on the emotional intelligence, and emotional intelligence can become strong with SWOT only. And SWOT is that what is weakness, opportunities, and threats. In that, if we will work, the students will feel strong, and we can give a healthy society. As in the words of APJ Abdul Kalam, I would like to conclude that online is far better. Like old is gold and new is diamond, but to hold safely, the diamond needs gold. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Naveen, research scholar, CCSU Meerut. Naveen. Mr. Sukhbir Duhan, sir.
नमस्कार मैम।
नमस्कार।
गुड इवनिंग ऑल ऑफ यू। दरअसल क्या मैं बाहर था घर से, इसलिए वो मेरे जो वीडियो है या शेयर नहीं होगी मेरी पीपीटी। माय टॉपिक इज इम्पैक्ट ऑफ फिजिकल एक्टिविटी, योगा एंड स्पोर्ट्स ऑन हेल्थ। सबसे पहले तो मैं जो इसके ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्रेटरी हैं जो ऑर्गेनाइज किए, उसको मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे मौका दिया। तो मेरा जो टॉपिक है आज का, कि आज जो हेल्थ है, इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ हेल्थ एवरी पर्सन के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। वैज्ञानिक इसको मैं आपको पढ़ के बता सकता हूँ थोड़ा बहुत, 1-2 मिनट ये आप बोलो। मैं गाड़ी ड्राइव कर रहा था, गाड़ी एक साइड में रोक के फिर मेरा नाम आया तो बोल देता हूँ थोड़ा। देखिए आज जो मशीनीकरण का युग है, उसमें हमें भले ही कहीं भी वर्ल्ड लेवल पे हम पहुंच गए, लेकिन हेल्थ की जो इम्पोर्टेंस है वो सबके लिए जरूरी है। और जो कोरोना काल है, इसमें तो हेल्थ ने और भी ज्यादा साबित कर दिया है कि हेल्थ ही सबसे ज्यादा कीमती है। जो हेल्दी पर्सन थे, जो स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन थे, वो इस कोरोना से काफी हद तक सेफ रहे। और जो किसी न किसी बीमारी से यदि पीड़ित हैं, वो इस कोरोना काल में या तो बहुत ज्यादा सफर हुए, या बहुत कुछ लोग हमें छोड़ के चले गए। तो ऐसे में हमें एक शेड्यूल बनाना पड़ेगा कि हमें अपने आप के अंदर झांकना पड़ेगा, हम कहाँ हैं। आज भले ही हमारे पास चांद तक जाने की क्षमता हो, लेकिन हर आदमी अपने इम्पोर्टेंस के, हेल्थ के इम्पोर्टेंस को भूल गया है। और हम यदि स्टडी करेंगे तो जो हमारे पूर्वज थे, जो कई वर्षों तक, हजारों वर्षों तक हेल्दी रहते थे, लेकिन आज जो हमारी जो लाइफ है वो 50 to 60 ईयर के बीच में कंक्लूड होगी। उसका कारण यह है कि हमें हेल्थ के इम्पोर्टेंस को हम भूल गए। हम ये मानते हैं कि हेल्थ इज वेल्थ, और इलाज से परहेज बेहतर है, प्रिकॉशन बेटर देन क्योर, और आप सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन इज इम्पोर्टेंस फॉर हेल्दी लाइफ। तो ये जो सारी युक्तियां हैं, ये हेल्थ की तरफ इंडिकेट करते हैं कि हेल्थ की कितनी इंपॉर्टेंस है। और हेल्थ तभी बनेगी यदि हम अपनी लाइफ में कुछ शेड्यूल बना के, और यदि हम फिजिकल एक्टिविटी करेंगे देन। और फिजिकल एक्टिविटी केवल स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन के लिए नहीं है, हर पर्सन के लिए फिजिकल एक्टिविटी जरूरी है। लिटिल छोटी छोटी यदि हम पैकेज बना के भी हमारे 24 घंटे में से आधा घंटा भी यदि हमारे हेल्थ के प्रति, 1 घंटा भी हमारे हेल्थ के प्रति हम करेंगे, देन हम हेल्दी लाइफ जी कर सकते हैं। तो उसका एक शेड्यूल ये है कि सबसे पहले हमें किताबों में पढ़ा है कि अर्ली टू वेक, अर्ली टू राइज, हेल्दी वेल्थ इन वाइज। जो जल्दी सोते हैं और जल्दी उठते हैं वो हेल्दी रहते हैं। और आपने देखा कि जो भी योगिक टाइप के जो लोग हैं उनके चेहरे पे अलग सी ग्लो होती है, क्योंकि वो हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल को अपनाते हैं। तो सूर्योदय से पहले उठे, उठने के बाद अपने जो दैनिक क्रियाएं हैं उनसे निवृत्त होके अपना खाली पेट और किसी भी खुले स्थान पर जाएं और वहां पर थोड़ा एक्सरसाइज का एक शेड्यूल बनाएं। शेड्यूल ये हो सकता है कि आप सबसे पहले सूक्ष्म व्यायामों के द्वारा, जो हल्के व्यायाम हैं, आगे पीछे वो मूवमेंट, बॉडी के हर ऑर्गन का हम मूवमेंट करेंगे, वो हल्के व्यायाम के द्वारा अपने आप को गर्म करें। उसके बाद सूर्य नमस्कार एक सबसे अच्छा हमारा व्यायाम है जिससे हमारी पूरी बॉडी का वार्म अप हो जाता है। वार्म अप इसलिए जरूरी है क्योंकि यदि वार्म अप नहीं करेंगे तो हमारी बॉडी इतनी फ्लेक्सिबल नहीं होती और उसमें हम एक्सरसाइज नहीं कर पाते लोग, और कोई भी योगिक क्रिया नहीं कर पाते। इसलिए योगिक क्रिया करने से पहले हमें वार्म अप करके अपनी बॉडी को गर्म कर लेना चाहिए। उसके बाद हम एज, अकॉर्डिंग टू एज और अकॉर्डिंग टू बॉडी, जो आपके हेल्थ अलाउ करे उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम एक हेल्थ पैकेज बना सकते हैं। सबसे पहले हम योगिक एक्सरसाइज करेंगे। योगिक एक्सरसाइज को हम 2 योगासन, जिसको हम 4 पार्ट बांटते हैं। 2 योगासन आप खड़े होके, 2 योगासन आप बैठ के, 2 योगासन आप लेट के, 2 योगासन आप पेट के लेट के। यदि इस प्रकार हम 8 योगासन करते हैं हर रोज, हर योगासन के आप 2-2 मिनट लगाएंगे तो 15 से 20 मिनट में आपके योगासन हो जाएंगे। 15 से 20 मिनट में आपका वार्म अप हो जाएगा। देन आप योग प्राणायाम की क्रियाएं हैं, क्योंकि हेल्दी पर्सन वही होता है, न केवल बीमारी रहित शरीर हेल्दी पर्सन होता है, बल्कि वो फिजिकली और मेंटली यदि वो हेल्दी है, फिजिकली और मेंटली वो सेटिस्फाई है, देन हम कह सकते हैं वो पर्सन हेल्दी है। तो फिजिकली उसके लिए तो हम फिजिकल एक्टिविटी करेंगे, लेकिन मेंटली सेटिस्फेक्शन के लिए हम योगा प्राणायाम एक्टिविटी करेंगे, जिससे हम मानसिक रूप से संतुष्ट होंगे। तो मानसिक शांति और विकास के लिए प्राणायाम क्रिया जरूरी है। तो सबसे पहले हम लंबे सांस लेंगे, 2 से 3 मिनट तक लंबे गहरे सांस लेंगे और लंबे गहरे सांसों को छोड़ेंगे। ऐसा करने से आपकी जो ब्रीदिंग सिस्टम है वो नॉर्मल हो जाएगा, आपका जो लंग सिस्टम है और जो आपका रेस्पिरेटरी सिस्टम है वो आपका सही रहेगा। उसके बाद आप सबसे पहले कपालभाति क्रियाएं 2 से 3 मिनट, फिर अनुलोम विलोम, फिर भ्रमरी, और फिर ओम और ओम ध्वनि के साथ गायत्री मंत्र का जाप करेंगे। इस तरह आप 15 से 20 मिनट तक प्राणायाम की क्रिया एक्टिविटी करेंगे तो आप पाएंगे कि यदि आप 24 आवर में से आप कोई भी काम करते हो, 24 आवर में सीधे 1 घंटा अपने फिजिकल एक्टिविटीज के लिए, हेल्थ एक्टिविटीज के लिए लगाओगे तो आप अपने अंदर आप खुद ही मानोगे कि चेंज पाएगा। और जो पर्सन सुबह सुबह थोड़ा बहुत 1 घंटा एक्सरसाइज करता है तो वो अपने आप को हेल्दी मानेगा, और हेल्दी पर्सन किसी भी फील्ड में जाएगा, किसी भी एक ऑफिस में जाएगा, चाहे वो घर पे काम करता है, वो एक अपने अंदर एक सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस पैदा होगा और जो भी काम करे वो सक्सेस हो जाएगा। तो आज का जो टॉपिक है इम्पैक्ट ऑफ फिजिकल एक्टिविटी, योगा एंड स्पोर्ट्स ऑन हेल्थ, वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है वो सब पर्सन के लिए। तो जितने भी सतीश सर की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो पर्सन हैं, मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक छोटा पैकेज बनाए अपने डेली रूटीन में शामिल करें। जिस प्रकार खाना सुबह हम ब्रेकफास्ट लेते हैं, दोपहर को लंच लेते हैं, रात को डिनर लेते हैं, ये हमारे फिक्स है शेड्यूल, हमें बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, हमारी बॉडी की डिमांड है। इसी प्रकार हमें ये भी एक बॉडी की डिमांड करनी पड़ेगी, सुबह उठने के बाद हमें 1 घंटा हम फिजिकल एक्टिविटी करें ताकि हम स्वस्थ रखें, क्योंकि एक स्वस्थ व्यक्ति ही किसी भी देश की असली धरोहर होती है। और स्वास्थ्य है तो जान है तो जहान है, और जान तभी होगी जब हम स्वस्थ होंगे। और ये कोरोना ने भी साबित कर दिया, जब सारी इंडस्ट्री, सारा सब कुछ देश, सब कुछ बंद था, तो फिजिकल एक्टिविटीज करने वाले लोग, जो योगिक एक्सरसाइज करने वाले लोग पूरी तरह से स्वस्थ थे। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। अब हम आज के चेयरपर्सन डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी को आमंत्रित करते हैं कि वो इस 3rd टेक्निकल सेशन पर अपने विचार व्यक्त करें। सतीश सर।
थैंक यू मैम। गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार और ICERT न्यू दिल्ली द्वारा आयोजित 2 दिवसीय Multidisciplinary International Web Conference on the topic of current trends and challenges in education, research and social sciences के दूसरे दिन, और आज का हमारा पहला टेक्निकल सेशन था ये, जिसमें तकरीबन 28 रिसर्च पेपर प्रस्तुत किए गए और विभिन्न विषयों से विभिन्न प्रकार के टॉपिक्स उठाए गए और सभी रिसर्च पेपर प्रेजेंट करने वालों को मैं बधाई दूंगा कि उन्होंने बहुत ही मेहनत से अपने रिसर्च पेपर तैयार किए थे और विभिन्न विषयों को खास करके एजुकेशन और हेल्थ में भी हमारी शारीरिक हेल्थ के साथ मेंटल हेल्थ के ऊपर बहुत से हमारे रिसर्च प्रेजेंटर्स ने बात की, जो कि आज के टाइम की जरूरत भी है। तो कुल मिला के ये सेशन बहुत अच्छा रहा और अभी मैं डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य जी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा, वो कुछ कहना चाहते थे।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Carry on, sir.
जी सर। Myself,
Now,
Dr. Ramesh Arya,
is yours, sir.
Associate Professor, Government College, Hisar. First of all, my academic regards to all respected dignitaries, academicians, and participants from various industries. Actually, our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Arna Achal ji, explained the real meaning of education in details. She talked about learning, online and offline education system, how to stop brain drain, how to manage high academic pressure, etc. Her lecture was very effective and also well communicated. At this platform, I appreciate the talk delivered by Dr. Aruna Achal ji. Further, here I want to tell you that today the total number of registration in this conference is more than 550 and total number of papers submitted is more than 190. It is also the matter of pride for us that the participants from 17 different countries are registered here. I want to congratulate the whole ICERT team for such a successful international conference. And it is also my pleasure that Dr. S.K. Singhmarji, chairperson of this conference, is an old student of mine. Those students are lucky enough who take classes from Dr. Singhmar. He has ability to take even the most complex concepts understandable for the students. His achievements have been recognized by many awards and certificates at national as well as international level. इसलिए मैं इनको अवार्ड शिरोमणि कहता हूँ. He is award guru. He is award guru. He is the member of.
आशीर्वाद है गुरुजी.
He is the member of World Human Rights Council and so many international organizations. It is a matter for pride for me. And I also want to comment on today's third technical session. In this third technical session, many good research papers have been presented and overall the session was very good. As we know that the chances of improvements will always be there and improvements in the process of teaching, learning and research are always welcomed. I really appreciate the efforts made by the paper presenters. Thank you very much for giving me 2 or 3 minutes. Satish sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, Guruji.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you,
giving
sir.
your valuable view.
And
And
please.
thank you all the participants of technical session 3. And thank you,
Ji.
Satish Kumar, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rinku, for coordination of technical session number 3. And now we
Thank
are
you
moving
all.
toward technical session number 4. And I am requesting to Mrs. R. Vasumati, research scholar, Garden City University, Bangalore, to coordinate technical session number 4. Mrs. R. Vasumati.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Good evening to one and all present here. I would like to thank Dr. Sandeep Singh Mar and other organizers of ICERT for giving me this opportunity to coordinate the fourth technical session of this esteemed 2 days multidisciplinary international webinar about current trends and challenges in education, research, and social sciences. I would like to welcome the chairperson, Dr. Munindra Kumar, Professor, Head of Education Department, KITE Group of Institution, Meerut. Sir, I welcome you very warmly to this fourth technical session.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, before going into it, I would like to introduce our chairperson of this wonderful fourth session of this webinar. He is an accomplished academician and he is here to help us with this knowledge and acumen to take this technical session even a bit more forward. He is a researcher and a proactive decision maker. He is qualified PhD in education and he has completed UGC NET in education and sociology and also had given GATE in life sciences. His qualifications are a big list. He has completed his master's in political science, history and sociology, and he has completed master's in MSc in zoology and also MEd. And he has been contributing to the teaching and research as well as software development for past 17 years. Currently, he is spearheading as a professor and head of education department in KITE Group, Kishan Institute of Teachers Education, Meerut. And he had published around 11 books and there are 4 books under publication. And 22 articles had been published by him in national and international journals. He had also presented around 15 papers in national and international conferences, and he is a recipient of many prestigious awards like Best Researcher Award, Excellence Faculty Award, and Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya Award. It is an honor to have you as our technical chairperson, sir. Kindly enlighten our participants with few words of your encouragement and advice. Once again, as a part of ICERT team, I welcome you very warmly to this technical session. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. सबसे पहले मैं अपने ICERT परिवार और गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार को धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा क्यों कि उनके द्वारा एक ऐसी वेबिनार या कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया जा रहा है जो सफलता के शिखर पर है। उसके अलावा मैं जितने भी रिसर्चर या जितने भी असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर या जो भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स अपने रिसर्च पेपर में प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, मैं उनको भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा, उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करूंगा कि वो शिक्षा के जितने भी मूल्य हैं, जितने भी तथ्य हैं, आज हमारे सामने इस फोर्थ सेशन में प्रेजेंट करेंगे। मैंने अभी थर्ड सेशन भी सुना है, काफी अच्छी चीजें हैं। अभी मैंने लास्ट पॉइंट मैंने सुखवीर जी का सुना कि हेल्थ एंड योगा, उन्होंने कितनी अच्छी चीज अभी रिप्रेजेंट की थी इस सेशन में कि ऐसे लोग चले गए जो वास्तव में उन्होंने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज बताई। और मैं इसीलिए मैं अपने चेयरमैन महोदय जी का सबसे पहले वाकई सच में वो अवार्ड शिरोमणि हैं और वास्तव में मैं उनका बहुत तहे दिल से मैं सबसे ज्यादा उनसे बहुत ज्यादा प्रेरित रहता हूँ। मैं जब भी उनके बारे में सुनता हूँ अपने ICERT जी के चेयरमैन सर को, मैं उनसे बहुत ज्यादा प्रेरित रहता हूँ। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि वो मुझे सेकंड टाइम उन्होंने चांस दिया है, मैं इसके लिए हमेशा आभारी रहूंगा। मैम, समय की बाध्यता को रखते हुए मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये आगे प्रोग्राम को आगे शुरू किया जाए। थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
वेलकम डॉक्टर मुनिंदर जी।
थैंक यू सर।
वेलकम डॉक्टर आर वासुमती जी।
यस, थैंक यू सर।
स्वागत है ICERT में।
थैंक यू
अरे सर, थैंक यू सर।
As the time is very limited for us, so we are going to start our technical session right away. And a small request from the organizer's side that each participant will be given only 2 minutes strictly. You have to start with your title, your objectives, result, and your conclusion. Please do not take more time. We have to stop you in middle then. I would request all of you to keep your presentations ready. And I think the name has already been sent to you, the list of names. So I request all of you to be ready in your turn. So first we start with Dr. Kusum Lata, Assistant Professor from CRM Jatt College, Hisar. Dr. Kusum Lata.
Sir, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start. You can start your
Good
presentation.
evening, all of coordinator committee. Myself is Dr. Kusumlata, Assistant Professor in CRM College, Hisar. My topic is भारतीय संदर्भ में पर्यावरण पर कोविड-19 का प्रभाव। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कोविड-19 का कितना इफेक्ट पड़ा हमारी रूटीन की लाइफ पर, और हम सभी जानते भी हैं कि भी चीन के वुहान शहर से ये फैली थी। ये बाकी फिर पूरी दुनिया में के बाद मेरा की नोट है कोविड-19 महामारी की क्या स्थिति थी, लॉकडाउन कैसे हुआ, पानी की क्वालिटी, गुणवत्ता, अर्थव्यवस्था एंड साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट क्या रहा कोविड-19 के दौरान। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि काफी समय बाद, काफी कम समय में दुनिया भर में ये फैल चुका था कोविड-19, तो इससे औद्योगिक गतिविधियां इफेक्ट हुई, सड़क यातायात भी इफेक्ट हुए, और पर्यटन में भी नाटकीय ढंग से कमी ला दी, क्योंकि वहां कोई भी अपना लॉकडाउन के दौरान यात्रा नहीं कर पाया। इसके बाद संकट की घड़ी होते हुए भी प्रकृति के साथ जो है ना मानव का एक डायरेक्ट संपर्क हो गया। जो नेचर है, जो इन्वायरमेंट है, वो हमारे लिए ना वरदान के रूप में सामने आई। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि भाई जब मनुष्य घूमते रहते तो जंगली जो जानवर हैं, जो हमारे पशु पक्षी हैं, वो कभी हमें अदृश्य सी हो गए थे। लेकिन उसके बाद जब लॉकडाउन हुआ तो जो पशु पक्षी ना खुले घूमने लगे, क्योंकि उनको डर ही नहीं रहा कि भी कोई मनुष्य भी कोई आएगा और रहेगा। उनको ना इतनी शांति फील हुई। हमें अलग अलग ढंग के जानवर, पशु पक्षी और दूर तक की हमें एयर क्वांटिटी इतनी सुधर गई कि दूर तक के हमें वो दृश्य दिखाई देने लगे। तो इसके बाद से दुनिया भर में जो है रिपोर्टें भी
प्लीज स्टार्ट विद योर कंक्लूजन।
हाँ जी मैम। तो लास्ट में हम यही कहेंगे कि भाई हमारी प्रकृति और हमारी जो मनुष्य का ना अटैचमेंट इतना हो गया कि जो है नदियां भी मतलब हवा भी और पर्यावरण इतना सुधर गया कि हमें जो है इसमें क्वांटिटी नजर आने लगी। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच मैम।
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your cooperation. Next, I would like to call Mrs. Anju Dubey, Extension Lecturer from Government College, Hisar, to do the presentation. Mrs. Anju Dubey, are you present? Okay, we move on to the next participant, Mr. Ajit Singh, Research Scholar from MDU Rohtak.
Yes, ma'am, this side Ajit Singh.
Yes, okay. Sir, you can start your presentation, exactly 2 minutes.
Okay, today I am presenting on India-China relations after Galwan. China is more unpleasant subject in Indian debates than India is for China. China does not appear feel threatened in any serious way by India, while India at times displays tremendous insecurity in face of China economic success and military expansion. To outsiders, India and China show more striking similarities. Both are ancient civilizations as modern republics in the mid-20th century and are now rising powers. Both have nuclear weapons, large-size economies, expanding military budgets, and large reservoirs of manpower, and seem to be competing of the influence in the Indian Ocean, the Persian Gulf, Africa, Central Asia, and East Asia. The main objective of this paper is to study and analyze the reasons of misperception and Sino-Indian relation which led to Galwan disputes. Why the current political level personalities on both sides with adequate experience failed to de-escalate and disengage the border disputes following high level of multi-level talks of military and diplomatic level. Why the relation between Sino-India is steadily declining after Doklam incidents in the 2014, whereas in economic trade is rapidly increased.
Sir, your conclusion, please.
Yes, ma'am. Rightly view on conclusion. It seems the two nations stand at a crossroads in the 17th year bilateral relations. While India has interpreted Galwan as a case of Chinese perfidy and places on the onus on Beijing restore the status quo, the view from China is very different. In the run-up to the July 1, 2020 century of the CCP, the PLA action against India is being projected as a case of guarding the border and defending motherland. A Chinese flag, once raised on Ponglang Lake, is being taken by light PLA troops from units posted along the LOAC to educational institutions to stroke pride in military and muscular nationalism. Modi and 11th have a
So conclude
good,
fast. Conclude fast, please.
yes, a discussion on the way ahead in bilateral ties will also need both to recognize that things have changed. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we call upon the next participant, Dr. Azad. Dr. Azad Kumar, Associate Professor, Government College, Hisar. Dr. Azad Kumar.
Hello.
Yes, are you present?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. 2 minutes. Please keep the time in mind.
Okay, madam. Okay.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening to everyone present here. I, Azad Kumar, Associate Professor of Defense Studies, presently posted at Government College, Hisar, is presenting my topic through this webinar. My topic is Make in India in Defense Sector. The Indian government has set the defense production target at $25 billion by 2025, including $5 billion from export by 2025. Okay. The government announced measures under the Make in India initiative, including raising foreign direct investment FDI limit from 49 to 74% via the automatic route. This resulted in significant FDI inflows in the defense and aerospace sector. Government of India changed the automatic route limit for FDI in the defense sector to 74% to boost national security, self-sufficiency in product design, increase investment, income, and employment. The Government of India opened the defense industry for private sector participation to provide impetus to indigenous manufacturing. There is a critical need to build technological capabilities over countries such as China, Pakistan, due to the ongoing territorial dispute over the ownership of the northern state of Kashmir and the northeastern state of Arunachal Pradesh, respectively. Indian government introduced Green Channel Status policy to promote and encourage private sector investments in defense production to promote the role of private sector in defense production.
Sir, please conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. India is deliberately using all its resources to become self-reliant in defense sector. India's defense budget for 2021 to 22 is rupees 4,78,195 crore, which is higher, 18.75% higher than the budget estimate. India is using all its resources to overcome the economic crunch that is happened due to the corona. That's all, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for presenting. Next, I would call Mrs. Saroj Kumari, PGT History from AMSSS Bhiwani, Rohila.
Excuse me, ma'am. Next, my name is Raj Kumar. I'm waiting from very early, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, you can present it. Mr. Raj Kumar, teacher, Gyan Sahar, NET classes, Hisar.
Yes, ma'am. I'm presenting my screen.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, my screen is visible?
No, sir.
On my end, it is visible, ma'am.
Sorry, sir, it is not there. You can start without your PPT because it's getting late.
Ma'am, just second, please.
Yeah.
Now it is visible, ma'am.
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Oh, thank you very much. Ma'am, my title is Development of Communication Model for Third Culture in Punjab and Haryana, and Suman Rani is my co-author. And I'm left in introduction because due to short time, I'm just focused on research problem. what type of communication model resolves cultural barrier in Punjab and Haryana. And these are the objective to check the impact of different cultural background in the section of communication model, to find the importance of any part of communication model in different culture communication, and to build a new communication model based on the third culture. Next is this is one model that I studied, Dharnika. Second is sender model, and third one is mathematical communication model of Shannon and Weaver. And after that, I studied Paulo Freire's strategy in communication and the third culture. This is third culture. In a complex environment where several factors have an impact on communication, third culture is an automatically, which is synthesis of both culture. Regina Mulek Park, I studied this third culture, and my key finding is this. I studied 20 personal interviews and related in Hindi and related to Punjabi culturist, Hisar and Shardulgarh, that is from Punjab. Statistical tool was simple, average analysis. Key findings are total 20% favored, 55% sender, 50% receiver, 100% language, 60%.
Sir, can you conclude it, please?
Yes, ma'am. This is my
you.
drafted model, and I'm going to conclusion. This is my conclusion. All the measures, constraint of third culture, like I'm quote here, Wilbur's comes also find equal position of receiver and sender as well as the circular nature of communication. Indian communication theories, the Arna admit communication is a two-way process resulting in mutual understanding of Sardhya. The study of the sample and the need of different cultural communication provide the necessary base to the construct a new model to the author to overcome communication barrier. Model is based on constructive analysis of empirical data and survey study with the questionnaire. Although author pay and high attention, it is not free from further research. It is open a path of new research. And thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you,
This
sir.
is my
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Over to you, ma'am.
I would like to call the next participant, Mrs. Saroj Kumari, PGT History, AMSS Bhivani Rohila. Mrs. Saroj Kumari, are you present? Okay, we move on to the next participant, Talha Latif Tantrai, research scholar from Central University, Jammu. Mr. Talha. Okay, we move on to the next participant, Dr. Mukesh Yadav, Associate Professor from Government College, Hisar.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You can start your presentation, Dr. Mukesh Yadav. Yes. Ma'am, keep in mind, it's just 2 minutes.
Yes, okay, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, my topic is socio-economic contribution of livestock and prospects. Livestock rearing not only helps agriculture and production of manure, but also the production of milk and meat. After the first and second green revolution, the importance of livestock in India goes beyond the function of food production. It is an important source of drought, power, manure for crop production, and fuel for domestic use. Thus, by minimizing use of non-renewable energy, livestock makes a positive contribution to the environment. Although crops and livestock are interdependent to a large extent, the latter constitute an important mechanism for cropping with the risk of crop failure. In landscape economy. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, ma'am. Livestock provide livelihood support in terms of income and employment generation to the millions of landless and small landholders.
Ma'am, your objectives and conclusion, please.
The present study also tries to investigate the role of livestock. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Keywords: livestock rearing, marginal farmers' livelihood, socio-economic development. Madam, the conclusion of my study is just a minute, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry. Conclusion. राजस्थान मेरा स्टडी एरिया राजस्थान पर था मैं राजस्थान एज ए होल इज primary and agricultural state. Livestock rearing is an important part of the region's socio-economic growth. According to the report, livestock husbandry is practiced by 65.49% of all households. The number of individuals involved in livestock rearing closely reflects its importance. Overseas had the highest percentage of total rearers, followed by high caste and scheduled caste. As a result, livestock rearing has a bigger influence on a person's of low socioeconomic standing. People who work in the cattle industry are usually illiterate or have a very poor level of literacy. As a result, it is an activity that the educated class dislikes. Women play a significant role in livestock production. Women account for 52.13% of all child rearers, according to the main data. The landholding status of the rearers demonstrate that the majority of them are landless, marginal, or tiny landowners. The impact of livestock husbandry
Thank you,
can
ma'am.
be.
Thank you so much. The time you have exceeded the time. It's already 3 minutes. Thank you so much. I'm calling the next participant, Miss Anjali, researcher from Delhi University. Miss Anjali, researcher from Delhi University, are you present? Okay, Mrs. Jyoti Bala, assistant professor, GC Hisar. Mrs. Jyoti Bala, assistant professor, GC Hisar. We are moving to the next participant, Mrs. Kusum, Miss Kusum, associate professor of mass communication, Government College. Miss Kusum, are you present? Okay. The next participant, Mrs. Anju Bala, assistant professor, FC College for Women, Hisar. Mrs. Anju Bala. Mrs. Anju Bala, are you present? Okay. Mrs. Sheetal Sharma, research scholar from Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar. Mrs. Sheetal Sharma. Mrs. Paramjeet Singh, assistant professor, PTCLS Government College, Karnal. Mr. Paramjeet Singh. We are moving to the next participant, Mr. Ravinder Rohila, assistant professor, PTCLS Government College, Karnal. Mr. Ravinder Rohila. Okay, the next participant, Dr. Satish Kumar, assistant professor of Botany, Government College, Hisar.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes for your presentation. You can start sharing your screen if you have a PPT.
Oh, okay. I'm not using PPT.
Okay, sir. Keep in mind the time is 2 minutes.
Okay,
Thank
madam.
you. Thank you, sir.
First of all, I congratulate ICERT and Government College Hisar for organizing the successful and fruitful conference. I personally appreciate the efforts of Dr. Ramesh Aryaji, Dr. Satish Kumar, and Dr. Rajpal of Government College Hisar. My topic is preventive measures of pedestal burning in Haryana and Punjab. Haryana and Punjab together produced 28.1 million tons of pedestal, out of which 11.3 million tons, that is around 40.21% of pedestal, was burnt in fields. 59.79% was managed through incorporation in the soil and other measures. Haryana accounted for 11.85% of the straw, while Punjab accounted for 88.15% of the straw burnt in these two states. The government of Haryana and state governments of Punjab and Haryana have taken a number of steps to control burning of paddy straw. Agricultural universities and KVKs had also played a major role in persuading farmers to manage paddy straw without resorting to burning. As a result of these efforts, there was a significant reduction in fire incidents in 2021 over fire in 2020. With the inception of new schemes on promotion of agricultural mechanization for in situ management of crop residue in April 2020, there was a further reduction in incidents of burning.
Conclusion, please.
Yes, I conclude because it is the major problem. Pedestal burning is the major issue of concern, particularly in the month of October and November every year. Though the number of fire cases has decreased in the last 4 years, but still its level is alarming to health. Dense smog due to burning has an adverse effect on human health, road safety, and causes pollution in the environment. Pedestal has many uses, but there is a great need to bring awareness among farmers about the adverse effects of pedestal burning. Though Government of India has legally banned the crop residue burning, the farmers and public must take the responsibility to control this problem. Government should also help the farmers for providing them subsidy and loan to purchase agricultural implements and should ensure the purchasing of crop residue from fields. Thank you.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Thank you. The next participant, Dr. Mahima, Assistant Professor Hindi, FC College, Hisar. Dr. Mahima. Okay, we are moving to the next participant, Dr. Sangeeta Sharma, Associate Professor, FC College for Women, Hisar. Dr. Sangeeta Sharma. The next participant, Ms. Monica Jakkar, Research Scholar from Punjab University. Ms. Monica, are you there? Hello, Ms. Monica, are you present? Okay, I move on to the next participant, Ms. Sumit Jakkar. Ms. Sumit Jakkar, student from IGNOU. Ms. Sumit Jakkar, are you there? The next participant, Mr. Rajesh Gahlawat, SPO, Haryana Civil Secretariat. Mr. Rajesh Gahlawat. The next one, Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Research Scholar from CCSU Meerut. Mr. Sanjay Kumar. I move on to the next participant, Dr. Indu, Assistant Professor in Chemistry, Srimati Arna Asif Ali, Government PG College, Kalka. Dr. Indu, are you present? Dr. Indu? Okay, I move on to the next participant, Dr. Ram Tiwari, Assistant Professor.
Namaskar,
Yes,
madam. Meri आवाज आ रही?
Yes, sir. You can start your presentation. 2 minutes will be given for your presentation.
Okay, madam.
Thank you, sir.
सबसे पहले मैडम मैं ICERT परिवार और गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार को बहुत-बहुत बधाई देना चाहूँगा कि इतने बड़े मंच पर मुझे अभिवादन करने का मौका दिया है। मेरा रिसर्च टॉपिक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट एंड पीस ऑफ इंडिया चाइना बॉर्डर डिस्प्यूट है। मैं conflict and peace referred as two sides of same coins means both acts as counterpart of each other. Most commonly conflict terms enduring struggle between two opposing forces, then occurs struggle over values, maybe for capturing physical material possession resources. Status of power supremacy of the other, whereas peace often terms and converse conflict with alignments of violence between individual group of nations. In the year 2020, when the entire world suffering through a strange conflict with the humanity and the individual enemy in the form of novel coronavirus, Indo-China skirmish in LAC is the most concerned issue of the time. On the 15th June, India and Chinese troops clashed for 6 hours in a slip section of mountain region in Galwan Valley's eastern Ladakh. Shows relevant violent clash result in the murder of 20 Indian soldiers, including a commanding officer and
Sir, please start with your conclusion.
My conclusion is that, Madam, as on the India also proposed that India should acknowledge a one India, one policy to resolve the border dispute, particularly keeping the going ongoing critical and tense scenario of Galwan, Bhutan nation have already process established betterment of China-India bilateral relationship because peace cannot be kept by forces. It can only be achieved by understanding. It says to Albert Einstein. Thanks, madam.
Thank you, sir, for understanding. There are many participants in line, so I am restricting each participant for 2 minutes. Kindly just say your title, also your objectives and your conclusion. Thank you. Now I'm moving to
वासुमती
Miss.
मैम
Yes, sir.
मैम दो रिसर्च प्रेजेंटर जो कल रह गए थे प्लीज उनको भी कंक्लूड साथ में कर लो
Yes, sir. I'm having the list of it, so I'll be calling. I'll be calling them.
रिसर्च स्कॉलर बाबा मस्तनाथ यूनिवर्सिटी से
Yes, sir. I'm having the list. Once I finish today's session, then I'll be calling them as well.
ओके मैम
Okay. Thank you, sir.
और एक डॉक्टर प्रताप सिंह है एमडी यूनिवर्सिटी रोहतक से दो रहते हैं
Yes, sir. I'm having the list with me. I will definitely be calling them as well.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. Ms. Suchitra, Assistant Professor, FC College for Women, Hisar. Ms. Suchitra, are you there? Ms. Suchitra? Okay, I move on to the next participant, Dr. Ramachandra Kalluri, Professor and Head, PR Siddhartha Engineering College, Autonomous, Vijayawada. Dr. Ramachandra Kalluri. Okay, the next one, Mrs. Abhilasha N, Research Scholar, Indira Gandhi National Open University.
Yes, ma'am. I'm there now.
Yes, Ms. Abhilasha, you can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing
2
the screen.
minutes. Yeah.
Yes.
Just go with your title, objectives, and your conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, very good evening to all. So this is Mrs. Abhilasha N. So I'm pursuing my PhD from IGNOU. And the title for today's research is CSR Initiative and Practices and Empirical Evidence of Public Sector Companies in India. And as everyone knows, CSR is one of the mandatory requirement as per Companies Act 2013. So whatever we are gaining from doing a business, it's our primary obligation that we should do something good in as a return for economic development. So it is about the CSR, and Companies Act 2013 has made mandatory that every company should give 2% of the net profit for CSR activities. And my objective is what is the CSR contribution made by public sectors companies in India, and what is the CSR initiatives, and to give some suggestion in order to improve their CSR practices. And I've used the content analysis method. Let me give a brief introduction here. So type of research, exploratory research, source of data, secondary data, tool of data collection, content analysis method, and sample size is 5 public sector, which is leading in our India, and sample size 5 public sector, and study period is 2014 till 2021. So it is 6 years annual report for 5 company I have analyzed by using content analysis method, and statistical tool mean, standard deviation, and coefficient variances used. And these are the 5 public sector company which is leading in India. So that 5 different public sectors I have chosen for my study. And this is the one example I've taken for my the analysis here. So this is the 5 years data, and this is the CSR contribution. So by looking at this, we can say that compared to private company, public sector CSR contribution is minimum. So even I've written a paper related to CSR around 8 papers. So where the private company shows more voluntary contribution towards CSR. So as per
conclusion.
So this is the finding of a study. So out of all 5 public sector company, ONCG is contributing more towards CSR. They're contributing more than 2%. So it is 3% of their profit. And this is suggestion. So the company, the public, whether it is private or public, so they should think as a voluntary contribution rather than just fulfilling a regulatory framework. And they should have they should integrate the CSR as their long-term business strategy, so that one way they can satisfy the public by giving a good CSR activity, and other way in the long term contributing towards CSR is going to increase the financial performance also. So they can have private public partnership, they can provide called incentive scheme. So government can encourage the company by giving some taxation benefit or by giving some incentive by subsidy. So when the companies are contributing 2% for social activity, so even they want some motivation from the government. So by giving taxation facilities or by subsidy, so the government can encourage good number of companies to contribute more toward CSR activity. These are my
Thank
major.
you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next participant, Mr. Suraj Kumar, Assistant Professor, Government College, Delhi. Mr. Suraj Kumar. We move on to the next participant, Dr. Vaijayanti Jakar, Assistant Professor of Zoology, GCW, Bodia Kera, Fatehabad. Dr. Vaijayanti. Okay, the next participant, Sunita Devi, Extension Lecturer, Government College, Hisar. Sunita Devi. Dr. Naveen, Assistant Professor, CRM JAT College.
Yes,
Dr. Naveen, yeah, okay.
Yes,
yes, you can start your presentation and keep the time in mind, 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Naveen, Assistant Professor of CRM JAT College. First of all, I am very thankful to ICERT for giving me this great opportunity. Moral, but necessary and beneficial for effective education. I am sharing the screen with you.
Mrs. Abhilasha, please stop sharing. Yeah, thank you.
This article aims to explore the rationale and arguments for the development of morals, values, ethics, and human behavior. Morality and ethics as a concept suggests the consideration of a society and reflective morals. Now, objectives of my paper: to explore the purpose of this paper is to look at thoughts on moral values and ethics which are important for students' life. The goal of moral education is to develop personality and guide people to fulfill their personal responsibilities and behavior. Now come to the introduction. Morality and ethics. Morality and ethics are a part of a way of life and cannot be separated from all other aspects of life experiences. Moral values are backbone of any personality, religion, society, or a nation. Country like India has a tradition of moral values and its education of various levels. Ethics are closely related to the virtue of responsibility and transparent and respect the rights and privacy of others in community. Values are the rules by which we make decisions about right and wrong, should and should not, good and bad. Now come to the conclusion. Students' moral development influences the students' achievements and behavior. There are several strategies to teach moral values to the students, such as character building program, which the activities arranged to increase the students' intelligence quotient. Values are important to be taught to the students because through moral values, students can differentiate what is good or bad. They can solve the problem of their life. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen. We move on to the next participant, Mr. Pavan Kumar, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Kurukshetra University. Mr. Pavan Kumar. Okay, we move on to the next participant, Ms. Deepika Goyal, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce. Ms.
Yes, good evening, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Deepika, you can start your presentation. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Not yet. Yeah, it's visible, ma. You can start.
Okay, my topic is health insurance sector in India, an analysis of growth pattern and trends. Health insurance sector in India is in developing phase. It is an untapped sector to a large extent. However, over the years, this sector has shown exponential growth. The objective for the study is to study the performance of the health insurance sector as well as the growth pattern of health insurance sector. For the purpose of analysis, I have used IRDA annual reports for 10 years. The study is descriptive in nature, and for the purpose of analysis, I have used SPSS software. Health insurance companies are classified on the basis of different sector: public sector companies, private sector companies, and standalone sector health insurance companies. And the premium collection of this sector is continuously increasing and showing a growth rate of 14.75 in the year 2020 and 2021. And now the conclusion part, the penetration in general insurance segment has increased to 1% in 2021 from 0.94% in 2019-20. In 2020-21, health insurance business has 32.08% share in general insurance business, which shows the importance of this sector in general insurance industries. And as per the IRDA annual report, health insurance business collected 58,237.06 crore as health insurance premium and has shown growth of 14.75% over previous year. The earning of this sector is continuously increasing. The previous literature shows that this sector has a lot of growth opportunities, and because more than 50% of the population does not have any kind of health insurance coverage in India, according to Kumar and Singh 2009. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Deepika. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the next participant, Ms. Divya, Research Scholar, Department of Commerce, Kurukshetra University. Ms. Divya.
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Divya. You can start.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Divya का भी सुन लें.
Is it visible, ma'am?
You can go ahead.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, ma'am. Please start.
So my topic is cyber lobbying, an overview of cyber lobbying. First, I will start with the abstract, which is the brief abstract of my study. Today, with first, what is cyber lobbying? Basically, it is a term that is introduced by the Tommy Cummins in 1995 in New York Daily News, and that means a loafing derived from loafer, which means a person who wastes their time, and cyber is based on computer sciences in which computers are used as tools. Basically, what is cyber loafing? That we are using the internet for the non-work purposes at the workplace, and the voluntary use of a company internet and email at workplace for non-purposes it is defined according to the various authors. And this is the introduction of my topic, that what is the trend of cyber loafing. Sorry, excuse me.
Ma'am, kindly move on to objectives.
Yes, okay. So what is the objective, basic background and purpose of my study is the purpose is to gain in the insights of the growing literature in the field of cyber lobbying and the cyber lobbying personal use of internet at workplace for the non-work purposes. In this, the literature is examined through the bibliometric analysis. This is the brief review of literature of my topic, that cyber lobbying is an activity adopted by the employees or by any person at the workplace or anywhere. And there are various topologies that are used for the cyber lobbying as per the studies by various authors that define cyber lobbying and voluntary non-work related purpose use of the internet. And there are certain terms that are used in place for cyber lobbying, like personal use of internet for non-work purposes, cyber slacking, code breaking, etc. And this is the article and selection methodology. A Web of Science database is used for the analysis for the study. And the total number of documents that were in the web of code is the 168. That is
Ma'am,
Your
conclusion.
conclusion,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Ma'am, please
Conclude.
go for the
So
conclusion.
these, okay. So these are the publication year-wise visualization, author-wise visualization that I mentioned in the in my paper. So the basic future research directions are the literature would also benefit from more research into the mental health and the consequences of the cyberloafing. Recent research has found that cyberloafing can help employees cope with stress. So it both
Thank you,
have the
ma'am.
both
Thank you
positive
so
and
much.
negative.
Thank you so much. You have exceeded your time. I'm moving on to the next participant. Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to call the next presenter, Mr. Shafiullah K, Assistant Professor, Shadri Arts College.
Okay, madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah, sir, please keep in mind 2 minutes, just the title, objectives, conclusion.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, my topic is a critical review of global environmental changes. Nowadays, environmental issues are growing in size and complicated, threatening the several of mankind on Earth. Environmental degradation is a result of the dynamic interplay of socio-economic, institutional, and technological activities. Environmental changes may be driven by various factors, including the economic growth, population growth, urbanization, intensification of agriculture, rising energy use, and transportation. The technology that the people invent now has a much of an effect on the environment as the force of nature themselves. Even if we discount item like the pollute the water and poison the soil for the time of being, we note that the atmosphere has developed to the distributing the trends. One is the warming of the earth, lower the atmosphere and the surface.
So the
And,
objectives, please move on to the objectives.
Objectives, madam. Okay, madam. The atmosphere is made of the oxygen, a large amount of the nitrogen, and a small the percentage of the greenhouse the gas. Greenhouse gas act like a blanket around the earth. They trap the warmth from the sun and make life on the earth possible. Without them, so much heat would escape and the surface of the planet would be freeze. The United Nations, the framework.
Sir, kindly go into your conclusion, sir. Kindly go into your conclusions.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. The climate changes is the defining the issue of our time. It should be addressed by all the countries with the perspective, free from the narrow and the mythic the consideration. We urgently need a new economic which is the global inclusively comparative, the environmentally sensitive, and above all the scientific sustainable development based on the addressing to needs of the poor and optimal the harassing of space, the use of water, wind, energy, land, and bio how to be the cooperative innovation. Alone we can make some the head in saving our the planet from the brink of climate of the desert.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now we move on. We have finished all the participants from technical session 4, Dr. Munendra Kumar. Now I am going to call the participant who had missed from yesterday's session with your kind permission. Sir, can I call them?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Ms. M. Anusuya, Research Scholar, Gandhigram Rural Institute. Ms. Anusuya, are you there? Ms. Anusuya? Ms. Anusuya, are you there? Okay, I move on to Dr. Sonali Bahat, Assistant Professor from Amravati. Dr. Sonali Bahat. Dr. Kafait Hussain from University of Jammu. Dr. Kafait Hussain. Mr. Suraj Kumar, research student from RK College of Education from Rohtak. Mr. Suraj Kumar, are you there? Okay, I move on to the next participant, Ms. Sri Lakshmi S, MPhil scholar. Ms. Sri Lakshmi S. And next one is Mr. Marconi Debrama, PhD research scholar, Goa University. Mr. Marconi, are you there? Dr. Kanwal Kishore, lecturer. Ms. Rekha Kadayan, research scholar from Central University, Haryana. Mr. Karthik S, assistant professor from Acharya Institute. Mr. Karthik, are you there? Okay, I move on to Dr. Jaimala Ashok and Professor M.A. Bharatwaj from MGV Mahila Ratna Pushpatai Hirai Arts and Science College. Mr. Ajay Singh, research scholar from Department of Defense and Strategic Studies. Mr. Ajay Singh. Professor Dr. Mrunal Bharatwaj, are you there? Mrunal Bharatwaj. Okay, I move on to the next participant, Mrs. Kanchesh, Assistant Professor, Government College, Hisar. Mrs. Kanchesh. Dr. Suvapriya Chatterjee, Assistant Professor, Gaurav Goin Memorial College. Anil Kumar, Research Scholar from Hisar. Dr. Pratap Singh, Assistant Professor from Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Rohtak. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Pratap Singh, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, ma'am, all of you. मैम मेरा जो रिसर्च का मेरा टॉपिक है मैम, भारत की सुरक्षा में ऊर्जा संसाधनों की भूमिका। ऊर्जा आर्थिक विकास की मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं में से एक है। समाज के प्रत्येक क्षेत्र, चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर हो, उद्योग का रहा हो, परिवहन का रहा हो, व्यापार या फिर घर, सभी जगह ऊर्जा की आवश्यकता है। पिछले वर्षों के दौरान जैसे जैसे भारत की प्रगति हुई है, इन क्षेत्रों में ऊर्जा की जरूरत बढ़ती रही है। भारत लगभग 130 करोड़ की आबादी वाला देश है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र अमेरिका, चाइना और रशिया के बाद भारत सर्वाधिक ऊर्जा खपत वाला राष्ट्र है और इसकी ऊर्जा की मांग लगातार जो है दूसरे राष्ट्रों की अपेक्षा ज्यादा बढ़ती रही है। वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम की एक रिपोर्ट में ऊर्जा सुरक्षा के नए प्रतिमान शीर्षक के अंतर्गत कहा गया है कि ऊर्जा सुरक्षा को एक छतरी के रूप में लिया जाना चाहिए, जो हमें बहुत सी चिंताओं जैसे ऊर्जा आपूर्ति, आर्थिक विकास एवं राजनीतिक शक्ति से सुरक्षा प्रदान करती है।
सर,
दूसरे शब्द
ऑब्जेक्टिव्स।
इस बात से इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता कि लगातार बढ़ते प्रदूषण ने अनेक बीमारियों को जन्म दिया है। इसलिए इसकी रोकथाम के लिए कार्बन उत्सर्जन को कम करने और जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रभाव को रोकने की बातें कही जाती रही है। हमें इनके शोध पर जोर देना होगा। इसमें मेथनॉल, हाइड्रोजन आधारित ईंधन, जेट्रोफा सेल गैस अहम भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त दुनिया भर में नीति निर्माताओं और सरकारों के साथ साथ नागरिकों को पृथ्वी पर पर्यावरण और संसाधनों की सुरक्षा को ध्यान में रखते हुए ऊर्जा लक्ष्यों को हासिल करना होगा। थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू मैम, गिव चांस। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next participant, Sandeep Kumar, PhD scholar, Baba Mastnath University, Rohtak. Sandeep Kumar,
yes,
are you there? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start your presentation. Remember, the time limit is 2 minutes. Just the
Okay,
title, objective, and the conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबका धन्यवाद करूंगा। मैं आपका सिर्फ 2 या 3 मिनट लूंगा मैम। मेरा टॉपिक है चाइल्ड सेक्स रेशो ऑफ एनसीआर, हरियाणा एंड India. Sex ratio is an important element in the population structure of any society and region. Sex ratio are the important social and economic indicator of the region. Sex ratio in India is displayed as the number of the females as per 1,000 males. According to the 2011 census, the sex ratio of India is 940. Since independence, the following number of women and then men in India is of a greater concern. This creates a kind of imbalance in the society. This is stigma for society, and the problem of success is extremely severe in some states in India and in Haryana. In Haryana, the success is the lowest in 2011 data and methodology. In my paper, the data is secondary and that data used in this quantity and quality. General success means female population upon male population into 100 success. So 0 to 6 female population into 0 to 6 male or into 100.
Sir, your objectives, please.
Ma'am, to analyze the trend and state level change in the child success so in India since 1991, to analyze the trend district level and the inter-regional variation in the child success. So, and the CSR by social groups in NCR district of Haryana in 1991 to analyze the socio-economic determinant of the child success in NCR district of Haryana to suggest some measure to improve the child success in current social, economic and cultural domain.
Your conclusion, sir. Conclusion, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. 2 minutes only.
Yeah, its conclusion started. You're actually doing overtime, please. Your conclusion.
According to the finding of this research paper, that Haryana state has been found to be lowest success. So 880 child success, 830. The national average is the 940 child success of 1914. Also, Mewat is also highest success, so 0 to 9. But now 2021, the child success of Haryana is growing and placed 14th state of the India. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for understanding and finishing it fast. We move on to the next participant, Dr. Pandyamani Shivam from Brahma Kumari's HQ Mount Abu. Dr. Pandyamani Shivam, are you there? The next participant, Dr. Sarita Rawat, are you there? Dr. Sarita from Jyotinivas Autonomous College, Bengaluru. We move on to the next participant, Dr. Chitluri Narasimha Rao. From Government College for Men, Kadapa. Chitluri, Dr. Chitluri. Okay, Mr. Praveen Kumar, Assistant Professor, Government College, Hisar. Mr. Parveen Kumar. Dr. Pooja Varun from SD College, Ajmer. Dr. Pooja Varun, are you there? I move on to the next participant, Ms. Aishwarya Verma, Teaching Assistant from Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. Ms. Aishwarya Verma. Anup Goshal, Faculty from Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College. Mr. Anup Goshal. The next participant, Dr. Roshan Lal, Assistant Professor from Kathua.
Ma'am, good evening.
Yes, who's this?
Ma'am, Dr. Roshan Lal.
Yes, Dr. Roshan Lal, you can start your presentation. Your timing starts now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. The topic for my presentation is impact of COVID-19 pandemic on higher education. Basically, the objective of this presentation is to study the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on higher education, particularly. Ma'am, when we talk about this higher education, it is adversely affected by this pandemic, but the major these impacts are due to the closure of all these educational institutions. A lot of stress has been arised among the students and the teachers. It has stabilized all the academic activities like admission, examination, entrance test, competitive examination. And when we talk about this research work, it is also adversely affected, particularly the joint projects, because of the strict lockdown measures being taken by the government from time to time. And more this large impact it has generated large number of unemployment among these graduates or higher graduates. Ma'am, next, what are the initiatives which are taken by this government so as to continue the education? Ma'am, first is e-Gyan Kosh. It is an initiative taken by government to share digital learning resources. It is an open. It is developed by open and distance learning institution in the country.
Sir, wrap up fast. You're exceeding your time limit. Wrap up fast.
Yes, ma'am. I will just only name the initiative. Ma'am, the e-Dhyan, National Digital Library, Gyandhara, Swam and etc. Ma'am, basically the conclusion it is that COVID-19 pandemic has created an opportunity for change in pedagogical approaches and introduction of virtual education, which is the demand of current crisis. This combination of these traditional teaching methods, particularly this chalk and board method, with this technology that is blended mode, will definitely enhance better accessibility and flexibility to education, and we will definitely come out of this pandemic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. We move on to the next participant, Ms. Shreya, Assistant Professor from Botany.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Shreya, you can start your presentation.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Keep in mind 2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am.
It's visible. You can start.
Good evening to all. My topic of research is a study of computer phobia among prospective teachers in relation to their teaching competence, teaching aptitude, and locus of control. Basically, what is this variable called computer phobia? Computer phobia means fear of working on something. So computer phobia means fear of working on computer. So basically, it is related to the teachers. In the present scenario, teachers are generally fear about how to operate the computers, how to teach successfully with the help of computers. They even don't know how to operate them or how to utilize them in their teaching learning process. So they feel some fear. Basically, why this? What are the causes of computer phobia?
Ma'am, move to the objectives, please.
Okay, sure, ma'am. My objectives of my study, basically, I have 4 variables. These are the objectives: to assess the level of computer phobia among prospective teachers, and to assess the level of teaching competence among prospective teachers, to assess the level of teaching aptitude, and similarly locus of control. And basically, I have to compare the computer phobia among prospective teachers on the basis of gender. And I found that basically female teachers have more computer phobia than male. Similarly, I also compared the teaching competence among prospective teachers on the basis of gender, and I found that the teaching competence among female students is higher than teaching competence in male teachers. Similarly, I have compared the teaching aptitude and locus of control among prospective teachers, and also
Shreya, your conclusion, please. Conclusion slide, please. You have just 30 seconds left. Please move on to your conclusion slide.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
I am working on that conclusion. I have concluded that verbally. I have concluded that I have found the computer phobia among female teachers is more than computer phobia in male, because they fear about how to operate the computers. So we have to organize some FDP, faculty development programs or courses to improve the conditions of the teachers. Similarly, to improve the teaching competence, we have to organize some programs on the basically on the basis of teacher training institute. We have to train.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya. Thank you so much.
Very good, Shreya ji. बहुत अच्छे, very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are moving to the next participant, Mr. Rohit Kumar from Kalinga University. Mr. Rohit Kumar. Mr. Rajesh Punaya from Government College Hisar. Mr. Rajesh, are you there? We move on to Ms. Saloni, research scholar from Agra. Ms. Saloni. Mrs. Madhu, assistant professor from Bhiwani, Sitaram Shastri Training College.
Yes,
Mrs.
ma'am.
Madhu, yeah. Mrs. Madhu, you can start your presentation. Keep in mind 2 minutes, title, objectives, conclusion. Please stick to that.
Okay, ma'am. My presentation topic is e-learning technology and mass communication. E-learning is playing a very important role in the present education scenario. It has potential to change the whole education system, and due to this very reason, it has become one of the most performed subject of the researcher. Research work on e-learning are going on in various disciplines like mass communication, education, information and technology, and distance education. Scholars are working on the various aspects of e-learning. This study analyzed the various research work on e-learning to find out the research trends in the field.
Madhuji,
E-learning.
objective.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. To find out the research trends in e-learning, various related research work were studied systematically. Initially, a list was prepared of different aspects of e-learning considered and taken by the researcher as their topic and subtopic. It helped to find out the direction of the research in the field of e-learning. E-learning is a part of many subjects, or it is involved in different disciplines of knowledge.
Ma'am, your conclusion, please. Conclusion.
Okay, ma'am. Use of technology in education is a burning issue for researchers. There is a possibility to make education interesting, easy to understand, and broader with the help of technology. E-learning tools have potential to change the whole education scenario, but few limitations are also there. There are physiological and infrastructure related. As far as research trend in e-learning is concerned, we can say without fail that sufficient research work have been done, and e-learning is still a popular area of research for the researchers of various disciplines. Few major research trends of e-learning are following. E-learning is a popular subject for research among the researchers from different subject area like mass communication, education, information technology, and open and distance learning.
Thank you, Mrs. Madhu. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I move on to the next participant, Dr. U. Srinita from Kadapa, Government College for Men, Kadapa. Dr. U. Srinita. Mrs. Jagardir Lubana Batul from a research scholar. Mrs. Jagardir. Next participant, Anuradha Chowdhury, PhD research scholar from Kurukshetra. Mrs. Ranjana, assistant professor from Bhiwani. Mrs.
Yes, ma'am.
Ranjana. Yes,
Yes,
Mrs. Ranjana. Please title, objectives, conclusion. No.
मेरा टॉपिक है भाषा.
You are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
साधन है जिसके द्वारा अपने भावों को दूसरों के सामने पहुंचा सकते हैं. भाषा में हम शिक्षण का प्रयोग किस प्रकार करें? शिक्षण एक व्यक्ति का ऐसा व्यवहार है जिसमें हम जिसके द्वारा एक अध्यापक बच्चे के व्यवहार में परिवर्तन कर सकता है. इसके द्वारा हम कक्षा में जब हम किसी शिक्षण को किसी मेथड से किसी विधि से प्रयोग करते हैं तो उसमें अलग अलग तरह से बच्चों के मनोविज्ञान को जानकर उसमें विभिन्न प्रकार के प्रयोग करके अपने शिक्षण के द्वारा भाषा में सुधार किया जा सकता है. मेरे ऑब्जेक्टिव है मैम, भाषा में नवाचार का प्रयोग किया जाए, भाषा में पीयर समूह का प्रयोग किया जाए, भाषा एक परिवार है उसको हम अलग अलग प्रकार से प्रयोग किया जाए. और मेरा कंक्लूजन है मैम, भाषा वह माध्यम है जिसके द्वारा बच्चे दूसरों से और कभी कभी स्वयं से बात करते हैं. शब्दों से ही वे अपना यथार्थ का सृजन तथा उसकी समझ बनाना शुरू करते हैं. सीखने की प्रक्रिया के लिए भाषा को समझने और स्पष्ट प्रभावी ढंग से उपयोग करने की क्षमता हासिल करना इसको आवश्यक होता है. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much for understanding and finishing it on time. We move on to the next participant, Mrs. Niharika Chauhan from Hisar Government College. Mrs. Niharika. Mrs. Arzu Jangra, Assistant Professor from FC College for Women, Hisar. Mrs. Arzu Jangra. Okay, I move on to the next participant, Dr. Reena Rawai, Assistant Professor from FC College, Hisar. Dr. Reena Rawal. Mr. Krishnakant Patil, Research Scholar from Sunrise University. Mr. Krishnakant Patil. Mr. Abdul Hakim, Research Scholar from Satyamangalam. Mr. Abdul Hakim. Okay, we move on to the next participant, Mr. Ajay Kumar from Hisar, Extension Lecturer. Mr. Ajay Kumar. Dr. P. Baby from Salem, Assistant Professor in Commerce. Dr. P. Baby. Mr. Shabib Ali, Research Scholar from Satyamangalam. Mr. Shabib Ali. Miss Monica, Assistant College from ODM College for Women. Mrs. Monica. Dr. Jyoti Rani, Assistant Professor from Jat College. Dr. Jyoti Rani, are you there? I move on to the next participant, Dr. Ravinder Rati, Assistant Professor from BK College of Education. Dr. Ravinder Rati. Dr. Javed Iqbal from Jammu, Assistant Professor. Are you available, sir? Dr. Javed Iqbal. Okay, I move on to the next participant, Dr. Kuldeep Singh Jaglan, Assistant Professor, Government College, Hisar. Dr. Meena from GC Hisar. Dr. Meena, are you there? Dr. Gurmeet from GC Hisar. Mr. Rohit Kumar from Kalinga University. Mr. Rohit Kumar. The next participant, Ms. Varsha Kotwal from Barkatullah University. Ms. Varsha Kotwal. Dr. Kuldeep Singh, Associate Professor from Government College, Hisar. Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Mr. Rajkumar from Gyan Sahar NET classes, Hisar.
मैम मैंने प्रेजेंट कर दिया.
Okay, your name is again given here. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. Dr. M. Jayaranjan, Assistant Professor from VR Siddhartha Engineering College. Mr. Jayaranjan.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Am I audible to you, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You can start your presentation. Please, the title, objectives, and conclusion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I'm starting your time now.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good evening to all of you. Title of my paper is Audio-Visual Aids in Teaching Vocabulary, a study of the first year engineering students in Vijayawada. Learning vocabulary is an important aspect of learning a new language because it is very difficult to communicate without words. There has been endeavors by ancient researchers in understanding what is the best method or technique in teaching new words. So the aim of this paper is to understand which method of teaching is beneficial to students. So design of the study, 58 students, BTech computer engineering students were part of the study. And the results of the study are, the results indicated that the difference among the students who are taught vocabulary using audio-visual method, and the students who were taught vocabulary in the traditional method, and students were taught with audio-visual methods seem to be having better understanding of vocabulary in learning and even in pronunciation also. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for concluding it within time limit. We move on to the next participant, Mr. Siddha Gaud Patil. Siddha Gaud Patil from Karwar. Mr. Siddha Gaud Patil, are you there? We move on to the next participant, Mrs. Seema Benivai from Meerut. Mrs. Seema. Mr. Deepak Kumar from Rohtak University, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Deepak Kumar, you can start your presentation, just the title, objective, and the conclusion.
Just a
and
second.
Starting, yeah.
Share my screen.
Okay, I'll start your timing.
Good evening to all of you. I am Deepak Kumar, student Defense and Strategic Studies, MD रोहतक। मैम मेरा टॉपिक है हिंद महासागर में चीन का हस्तक्षेप और भारत की सुरक्षा पर इसका प्रभाव। हिंद महासागर के महत्व। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार का लगभग 60% व्यापार हिंद महासागर से ऊपर होता है। हिंद महासागर में प्रशांत तथा अटलांटिक महासागर से आने के लिए 3 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय समुद्री जलमार्ग है: केप ऑफ गुड होप जलमार्ग, स्वेज नहर जलमार्ग, मलक्का जलडमरू मध्य एवं सिंगापुर जलमार्ग। इनके अलावा कुछ महत्वपूर्ण जल।
Sir, your objectives, please. Your objectives.
जिसमें हिंद महासागर में चीन का हस्तक्षेप 2008 के बाद चीन का हस्तक्षेप लगातार हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में बढ़ता जा रहा है। चीन लगातार मालदीव, मॉरिशस जैसे हिंद महासागर के छोटे द्वीपीय देशों में प्रत्यक्ष विदेशी निवेश लगातार कर रहा है।
Sir, your conclusions, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I told you have to start only your title, objective, and conclusions. Your time is running. Yes. We have many more participants.
Yes, ma'am. हिंद महासागर में चीन के प्रभाव कम करने के लिए भारत को चाहिए कि हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में सक्रिय रूप से कार्य करने होंगे। भारत को हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में प्रभावी संगठनों जैसे क्वाड जैसे संगठनों का निर्माण करना होगा। भारत को प्राथमिक तौर पर हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में पड़ोसी देशों के साथ संबंधों में सुधार करके और उन्हें और मजबूत करना होगा। भारत को अपनी सैन्य क्षमता को हिंद महासागर में और मजबूत करना होगा ताकि हिंद महासागर क्षेत्र में अन्य देशों के हस्तक्षेप को सीमित किया जा सके। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you so much. Thank you. I move on to the next participant, Dr. Saka Sharma, Assistant Professor from Jammu. Dr. Shaka Sharma. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am.
Very
this
good
is
evening.
Shaka.
Yeah,
this
please,
is Shaka
your
from
title,
Jammu.
objectives, and conclusion, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll be quick. So
Thank
this
you.
is Shaka from J&K. So my topic is basically pre and post lockdown impact on butterfly diversity of GGM Science College, Jammu. So as you all know that these butterflies are basically the most important, insects, just because of the reason that they are the pollution indicators. And they also they also identify and tells us about the health of the environment. So the main motive of the study is to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on the diversity of this butterfly and the ecosystem as a whole. Now, on the one side, we see that as far as the COVID-19 is concerned, is having positive impact on natural ecosystem because, during that time, because of lockdown, less, pollution, less vehicles on road. So because of it, plants, they proliferate and hence lead to the increase in the population of all the, animals and including butterflies, insects also. But as far as the man-made ecosystems are concerned, like gardens, like in our case also in GGM Science College, we've seen that as far as the number of butterflies are very, very high before COVID, when these gardens are well maintained and they are under proper care. But after COVID-19 in the year 2021, then when the same studies were conducted in the gardens, we've seen that there's a steep fall on the population of butterflies from 62 species to 38 species. So that is the great fall. And the main reason is that throughout the COVID period, these gardens, they remain neglected. And because of the neglection, restricted movement of, malis and all, these gardens remain neglected and hence results in the loss of larval host plants.
Ma'am, we'll move on to the conclusions, please.
Yes, this is the conclusion that the loss of larval host plant lead to the loss of butterfly diversity in the campus as a whole. So that means on the one side, natural ecosystem, they proliferate, but man-made and man-maintained ecosystems, there's great fall in the population of all those individuals, all those insects who are dependent upon these man-made and man-maintained ecosystems. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me time, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Finishing within the time, we move on to the next participant, Mrs. Promila from MDU Rohtak. Are you there? Ms. Promila. Dr. Y. Savitri from Kadapa. Dr. Y. Savitri. And Dr. Aarti Rani from Hisar. Dr. Aarti Rani, are you there? We move on to the next participant, Dr. Rajendra Prasad from Haryana, Hisar, Government College Hisar. Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Ms. Sheila Devi, Assistant Professor from Government College Hisar. Sheila Devi. Mr. Sunil Kumar from LPU Jalandhar. Mr. Anil Kumar, Assistant Professor from Jajur. Are you present, Mr. Anil Kumar? Dr. Ravikant from University of Delhi. Dr. Ravikant. Mrs. Swati Singh, research scholar from Meerut. Mrs. Swati, are you there? The next participant, Miss Ridhima Narayan.
Hello.
From, yes, Miss Ridhima, you can
Yes,
start title, objectives, conclusion, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. I'll start your timing.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. The title of my paper is The Prism for Transgenders, Arundhati Roy's The Ministry of Utmost Happiness. This book was written in 2017 and it is by one of the most prominent author, Arundhati Roy, and the objectives deals with the identity and marginality in this, which the character Anjum's desire to energize her to be liberated from the oppressive society and hierarchical system which is prevailing in the society as a whole. Then another objective will be carried out on basis of queer theory. It also demonstrates the process of Anjum's desire in forming new multiplicities of connections with other people in the graveyard where he was working and living, and all forms of alienation beyond sexual paradigms. Delusion, and then we have limitations, which will be applied through the lens of Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari. The theories which I have used in this paper are Gayatri Spivak, the process of writing or speaking for the subaltern, and Deleuze Guattari's desire, which is not a matter of sovereign subject and it does not deal with the unified whole subject. The conclusion of the paper states, this novel reframes the literary concept of realism as an aesthetic of the inconceivable, aiming to address what is left over from non-fictional accounts of politics and marginalization. Roy's fiction can be seen as a part and parcel of this current widespread interest in the Hijra community in India that also challenged the representation of the Hijra community as an object of curiosity and disciplinary scrutiny.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. You have finished within your time limit. Thank you so much for that. We move on to the next participant, Ms. Komal Saini, JCD College, Sirsa. Ms. Komal Saini. And the last participant for today is Ms. Vandana Kumari, Research College from Rohtak, MDU Rohtak. Are you there? Ms. Vandana Kumari? Right. If anybody I have left out or from yesterday, if you have been waiting for a chance. Dr. Kanwal Kishore? Yes, sir. You can start your presentation, sir. Keep in mind.
मेरे शोध का विषय है मन्नू भंडारी कृत उपन्यास आपका बंटी में बात संवेदना। उपन्यासकर्त्री मन्नू भंडारी ने आपका बंटी सन 1970 में लिखा था, परंतु अपने कथ्य चैतन्य एवं भाव प्रवणता की धनाढ्य अभिव्यंजना के कारण आज भी यह उपन्यास उतना ही समीचीन है जितना उस समय था। समय की सीमाओं से पार बढ़ता उतरता यह उपन्यास निसंदेह कालजयी साक्ष्य में हिट होने की योग्यता रखता है। वस्तुतः संपूर्ण उपन्यास अपनी कथा वस्तु, प्रस्तुतिकरण, समय संचेतना, भाव संप्रेषण, कसावट व कथ्य की नवीनता के संदर्भ में अद्वितीय है। फिर भी मैंने इस उपन्यास के एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू बाल संवेदना पर अपना विमर्श केंद्रित कर इसे प्रस्तुत करने की चेष्टा की। कहने का भाव यही है कि जी, उपन्यास का पात्र बंटी एक किशोरवय बालक है जो अपने माता पिता की महत्वाकांक्षा व उनकी आपसी फूट से उत्पन्न टकराव व बिखराव के कारण उपेक्षित एवं अलगाव की दारुण विभीषिका का शिकार हो जाता है। दिन दिन घटती घटनाएं एवं उसके बाद मन पर पड़ते इन घटनाओं के कुप्रभावों को लेखिका ने बड़े संजीदगी व उत्तमता से फलक पर उकेरा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your patience waiting and finishing it on time. Thank you. So now I hand over the session to our chief organizer, Chairperson, Dr. Munindra Kumar. We have finished with all the participants. Can we have a word of how the session was and your encouragement to all the participants who had presented the paper today?
Thank you. I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
तो सभी को फिर से धन्यवाद और आभार। आज के सेशन में जैसे कि मैंने आज बहुत से नए करंट टॉपिक भी पढ़े और बहुत से ऐसे टॉपिक, जैसे कि हमारे सेशन की शुरुआत डॉक्टर कुसुम लता जी के टॉपिक भारतीय संदर्भ में पर्यावरण का प्रभाव, उसके बाद मिस्टर अजीत सिंह जी का टॉपिक इंडो चाइना के ऊपर उन्होंने एक अच्छा टॉपिक प्रेजेंट किया। इसके बाद राजकुमार जी ने डेवलपमेंट ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन मॉडल विद हरियाणा एंड पंजाब। ऐसे बहुत से टॉपिक आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में पढ़े गए हैं और आज के बदलते परिवेश में ऊर्जा की आवश्यकता। और इसी के अलावा डॉक्टर रोशन लाल जी का टॉपिक बहुत ही अच्छा टॉपिक रहा, उनका इम्पैक्ट ऑफ कोविड पैंडेमिक ऑन हायर एजुकेशन, जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि कैसे कैसे हमारे आज ऑब्जेक्टिव चेंज हो गए हैं, कैसे हम ट्रेडिशनल मेथड को छोड़ के आज हम ई लर्निंग की तरफ जा रहे हैं। श्रेया जी का टॉपिक कंप्यूटर फोबिया बहुत इफेक्टिव टॉपिक था। इसके अलावा सभी के टॉपिक बहुत अच्छे थे। मधु जी का ई लर्निंग एंड मास कम्युनिकेशन, रंजना जी ने भाषा और माध्यम के ऊपर अपने आप को रिप्रेजेंट किया, और दीपक जी ने हिंद महासागर में चीन का हस्तक्षेप और भारत पर इसका प्रभाव, और डॉक्टर शाखा शर्मा जी ने प्री एंड पास्ट लॉकडाउन इम्पैक्ट ऑन बटरफ्लाई, जैसे बहुत से टॉपिकों का प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ। आज के इस फोर्थ जो सेशन में मैं सभी के टॉपिक्स बहुत ही उच्च थे, बहुत ही अच्छे टॉपिकों का रिप्रेजेंट किया गया, और मैं सभी को इस प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए बधाई देता हूं। और मैं इसके लिए आप सबको, और आज का जो टॉपिक है जो आज का सेशन था, और मैं उसके लिए सभी को बधाई देता हूं। साथ ही अपनी ICRT टीम को भी बधाई देता हूं कि इस वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजन के लिए गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार को भी करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और इसी के संदर्भ में मुझे सिर्फ इतना कहना है कि ऐसे टॉपिक अगर हम लोग ऐसे डेवलप करते रहे, कि आज जितने भी रिसर्च टॉपिक्स प्रेजेंट किए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मूल्यों में, हमारे शिक्षा में, हमारे इकोनॉमिक कंडीशंस में वो कहीं ना कहीं उनको प्रभावित करेंगे। इसी के साथ मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देते हुए और फिर से आप सभी को बधाई का बात देते हुए धन्यवाद। थैंक यू मैम।
Thank you so much, Dr. Munendra Kumar sir, Professor, Head Department of Education. आपका बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। और कोऑर्डिनेटर मिसेस आर वासुमती, आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और साथ साथ में वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू प्रोफेसर अर्ना आचल, कीनोट स्पीकर जो आज के दोनों सेशन की रही। और वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू डॉक्टर SK सिंगमार सर, जो कि ICERT के जो है चेयरमैन है, और उनके मार्गदर्शन के बिना जो है ये जो 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस थी ये सक्सेसफुल होना संभव नहीं था। उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन में हमने इसको सक्सेसफुली जो है किया है। नाउ वी मूविंग टुवर्ड द सेशन, वैलिडिटी सेशन।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
फोर्थ टेक्निकल सेशन में कोऑर्डिनेटर की भूमिका निभाने वाले आर वासुमती जी, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, गार्डन सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर। व चेयरपर्सन रहे डॉक्टर मुनेंद्र कुमार जी, प्रोफेसर एंड हेड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, किसान इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टीचर एजुकेशन, मेरठ। आप दोनों का मैं ओवरऑल कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी का आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
नहीं सब आपका मार्गदर्शन और आशीर्वाद है सर। थैंक यू सर।
सर हम सभी टीम मेंबर हैं।
बिल्कुल
हम
सर,
सभी
नहीं
टीम
सर,
मेंबर हैं, सभी एजुकेशनिस्ट हैं। एक और एक क्या होते हैं सर? बिल्कुल यहाँ
सर मार्गदर्शन दिखाना ICRT से सीखा है सर मैंने। थैंक यू ICRT में सभी ICRT टीम को।
हम सभी साथ मिलकर डॉक्टर मुनेंद्र जी इसी तरह चलेंगे, इसी तरह चलते रहेंगे। अभी तो ये कारवां शुरू हुआ है और इसको हम रुकने नहीं देंगे। इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड प्लानिंग,
यस सर,
वाशिंगटन ऑफिस और दिल्ली ऑफिस, दोनों का ये दावा है कि इस शिक्षा की लौ को हम इसी तरह से जगाए रखेंगे। एक बार दोबारा फिर फोर्थ टेक्निकल सेशन के लिए आर वासुमती मैम और डॉक्टर मुनेंद्र कुमार जी, आपका बहुत बहुत आभार,
धन्यवाद।
एक
थैंक यू सर,
सेशन को बिल्कुल चरम पर पहुंचाया है आपने। थैंक यू मैम।
थैंक यू सर।
और यहाँ पर सर जो आपके गुरुजी हैं SK सिंगमार सर के जो गुरुजी हैं, हम उनका भी बहुत बहुत आभार और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे। उन्होंने भी हमें बहुत
जी इनके मार्गदर्शन में चल रहा है मैम सब कुछ।
हाँ जी
जी थैंक यू मैडम।
Now we are moving toward the valedictory session, and now I would like to request Dr. Ramesh Arya sir
thank you, Madam Sugandha ji. Thank you, ji.
For summarize the seminar.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, ji. Dr. S.K. Singh ji, Chairman ICRT, our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Dr. Arna Achal ji, Conference Coordinator, Dr. Sugandha ji, Dr. Sanelata, HOD, Department of Defense Studies, Government College, Hisar, Dr. Munendra ji, Dr. Space ji, Conference Secretary, Dr. Rajpal ji, Conference Convener, Dr. Chetna Gupta ji, Dr. R. Vasumati ji, Dr. Rinku Sharma ji, and all respected dignitaries, academicians, researchers, UGPG students, and faculties from various industries of the different countries. First of all, my best regards to all of you joining this today's Multidisciplinary International Web Conference. This conference is a prestigious event that provides an international platform for paper presenters who shared their research findings with global experts. I appreciate almost all the research papers, their depth, accuracy, and relevance to this international academic web conference. I am thankful to the team members who organized this mega event and for motivating and inspiring the paper presenters and participants from various countries. I appreciate all the paper presenters from different disciplines for their good efforts on their research papers, even with the time shortage and other problems are there. I believe that this conference will enhance the quality of research at international level. According to my view, in today's era of knowledge economy, the education should be job oriented and it should be based on employability skills. Employability skills become a very important issue at national, regional, and international level. A number of employability skills are required by a graduate or postgraduate while entering the job force. Communication skills, decision-making skills, problem-solving skills, teamwork skills are the attributes of employability skills with highest importance level. Nowadays, the students are also expected to have a number of personal attributes such as self-awareness, self-confidence, emotional intelligence, flexibility and adaptability, stress tolerance, creativity and initiative, willingness to learn, lifelong learning, and professional behavior. In this global village, education must also provide the practical knowledge to the students so that they can start their self-employment. Faculty development programs should also be conducted for skill development and to improve the knowledge of the information technology and effective communication. Anyhow, it is a lengthy topic and due to shortage of time, we will discuss this topic in the next conference to be conducted by the ICRT. और अब आपके लिए 4 लाइनें मैं यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत करना चाहता हूँ कि साधना को शक्ति मिल जाए बहुत है, साधना को शक्ति मिल जाए बहुत है, भावना को भक्ति मिल जाए बहुत है, और झूठ के इस दौर में माहौल में सत्य को अभिव्यक्ति मिल जाए बहुत है। सत्य को अभिव्यक्ति देने के उद्देश्य से ही शिक्षा, अनुसंधान और प्रशिक्षण के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय परिषद अपने कार्य में सुचारू रूप से संलग्न है। अंत में मैं 2 बातें यहाँ पर जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ। नंबर 1, आज पूरे विश्व के युवाओं का एक बड़ा हिस्सा अपने भविष्य के प्रति जागरूक नहीं है और नशे की बुराई में जकड़ता जा रहा है। इसलिए हमें खुद को, अपने बच्चों को तथा अन्य व्यक्तियों को नशे की बुराई से बचाना चाहिए, उसके लिए काम करना चाहिए। और नंबर 2, आज विश्व में सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता पर्यावरण को संरक्षण प्रदान करने की है। इसके लिए हम सब को अधिक से अधिक पेड़ पौधे लगाने चाहिए, उनकी देखभाल करनी चाहिए, उनको काटने से बचाना चाहिए ताकि इस पृथ्वी पर जीवन को बचाया जा सके। 2 लाइनें पेड़ पौधों के महत्व पर मैं यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूँ कि पेड़ काटने आए थे कुछ लोग मेरे गांव में, पेड़ काटने आए थे कुछ लोग मेरे गांव में, धूप बहुत थी ये कहकर बैठ गए उसी की छांव में, उसी की छांव में बैठ गए और पेड़ काटना उन्होंने बंद कर दिया क्योंकि इम्पोर्टेंस को समझा। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच। और एक इन्फॉर्मेशन आपके लिए है, आज डॉक्टर आदरणीय डॉक्टर कुसुम सैनी ने अपने सारगर्भित विचारों से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को संबोधित करना था, उनसे भी हमको काफी लाभान्वित होना था, लेकिन वो अपनी व्यस्तताओं के कारण आज यहाँ पर अटेंड नहीं कर पा रही हैं। उसके लिए उनकी तरफ से मैं सॉरी भी कहना चाहूंगा और आप सभी का थैंक यू कि आपने बड़ा ही पेशेंस के साथ सुना है मेरे को। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी।
Thank you, Guruji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your blessings and valuable. निश्चित तौर पर आपके जो व्यूज हैं वो हमारे लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा लाभकारी होंगे और हमारे ऊपर आपका आशीर्वाद जो है हमेशा बना रहे। इसी तरह से हम आपके साथ वर्क करते रहे सर। धन्यवाद। Now I would like to request Miss Simran Mehta, Executive Director, ICERT, for declaration Chanakya Award.
Thank you, Dr. Sugandha ma'am. I am Simran, the Executive Accounts and Finance of ICERT. Today I am here for presenting Lifetime Achievement and Chanakya Award. First of all, I want to congratulate to all my friends who are here. Now, I want to request my technical team, please share this slide for presenting the awards. Yeah, firstly, I am announcing Lifetime Achievement Awards. The first name is Dr. Kusum Saini, Principal, Government College. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next award name is Dr. Ramesh Arya, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Government PG College, Hisar. Many congratulations, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Professor Rajendra Singh Sivaj, Professor, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, Andrew Rohtak. Many congratulations, sir. Now it's time for Chanakya Award 2022. Our first awardee name is Dr. A. Abraham, MD, Master Practitioner in NLP, Life Coach, Mentor at Trivandrum, Kerala. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. Anita Shehrawat, Principal, FC College for Women, Hisar. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Professor Lakshmi Narayan Das, Principal, GIMT Bhubaneswar. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Professor Dr. Kosga Yaga Papraj, Professor at Professional College, Malaysia, Trine University, USA. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Professor Dr. Arna Anchal, Honorable Executive Director, ICERT, Dean and Head, University, Rohtak. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Captain Dr. Snehilata, Associate Professor, Defense Studies, Government PG College, Hisar. Congratulations, ma'am.
Simran, thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Defense Studies, Government College, Hisar. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, congratulations, Dr. Satish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next awardee name is Dr. Rajpal, Assistant Professor, Department of Government College, Hisar. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Miss Anamika Chhabra, Administrator cum Counselor GD Goenka Bahadurgarh. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Kp Dhanbala Krishna, Professor and Head Department of Aeronautical Engineering, Hindustan Institute of Technology, Champati, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, sir. Our next name is Dr. Gupta, Assistant Professor, Government Degree College, Kathua, Jammu. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. I thanks to ICERT office as well as Simran for awarding me this award. I am highly indebted and grateful to all to make me the part of ICERT team. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Next awardee name is Dr. Parikshit Lai, Vice Principal, Sri Rama Krishna Sharda Ashram Teachers Training College, Hazaribagh. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, sir.
Part of ICRT. Thank you, ma'am.
Our next award is Dr. Sugandha, Lecturer, SS Jain, College of Global Excellence, Jaipur. Congratulations, ma'am.
Congratulations, Dr. Sugandha.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू ICERT और सभी मेरे गुरुजन जिनकी वजह से आज मैं यहाँ पर हूँ, और थैंक यू सो मच.
Our next awardee name is Dr. Hani Sethi, Extension Lecturer, Government College, Hasi, Hisar. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Mrs. R. Basmati, Research Scholar, Garden City University, Bangalore. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ICRT, for awarding me this prestigious award. Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Pushpanjali Singh, Assistant Professor, ex-employee, Ambo University, Ethiopia. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Tamanna Rani Sethi, Extension Lecturer, Government College, Hasi, Hisar. Congratulations, ma'am. Next awardee name is Dr. Pooja Tanbal, Assistant Professor, AFC College for Women. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm highly thankful to ICERT and Government College Hisar for giving me such a prestigious award. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. B. Swathi, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, St. Mary's College, Telangana, Hyderabad. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ICERT and the management, for giving me this prestigious award. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name Dr. Shakha Sharma, Assistant Professor, GGM Science College, Jammu. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ICERT and the management for recognizing my services and for this prestigious award. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor of Botany, Government College, Hisar. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, sir.
Our next awardee name is Dr. Swarna, Assistant Professor and HOD, INM PG College, CCS University, Meerut. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, the whole ICRT team, for awarding me such a prestigious award. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Anita, Assistant Professor, Yash College of Education, Rohtak. Congratulations, ma'am.
Yes, college, West College.
Our next awardee name is Dr. P. Baby, Assistant Professor, Sona College of Arts and Science, Salem, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Mukta Jagdish, Associate Professor, Vardhaman College of Engineering, Telangana. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Sachi, Lecturer in Zoology and SKR Government College, Women, Kadapa. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, Simran Mehta, for announcing me my name in the list, and thank you, organizing team, for selecting me for this prestigious award. I'm very much thankful to ICERT team. Thank you.
Welcome. And next awardee name is Mr. Surendra Kumar, Extension Lecturer in Geography, Chaudhry Bansilal Government College for Women, Tosham. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Madam Ji. Thank you for honoring me.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Mrs. Ranjana, Assistant Professor, Pandit Sita Ram Shastri, B.Ed Training College, Bhiwani. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next name is Dr. Sunita, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, University of Ladakh, Leh Campus. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ICRT team, and special thanks, Dr. Achal, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Mrs. Jagirdhar Lubana Batul, Research Scholar, Dr. Sahab Ambedkar, Mathurwada University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Ram Tiwari, Assistant Professor, VSSD PG College, Kanpur. Congratulations.
थैंक यू मैडम, आईसीआरटी की पूरी टीम को इस अवार्ड देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. U. Srinitha, Assistant Professor, Government College for Men, Kadapa. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, madam, for awarding this prestigious award.
Welcome, ma'am. Next awardee name is Mrs. Madhu, Assistant Professor, Pandit Sita Ram Shastri, B.Ed Training College, Bhiwani. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Amarnath Singh, Assistant Professor, Aditya Narayan College, Dumka. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for this prestigious award.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. P. Falsi Judith, Associate Professor, T. John College, Bangalore. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Miss Gargi Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, Shobhit Institute of Engineering and Technology, Meerut, UP. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Sumlata, Assistant Professor, TRM Jat, PG College, Hisar. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Mrs. Dimple Juneja, Research Scholar, ES Teachers College, Udaipur. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Sarita Rawat, Assistant Professor, Jyoti Nivas, Autonomous College, Bengaluru. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, organizing team.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next name is Dr. Pandya Mani, Director, Value Programs, Brahm Kumari's Head Mount Abu. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. Pratap Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, MJU Rohtak, Haryana. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ICRT team. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Mr. N. Maheshwaran, Assistant Professor, Hindustan Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. K. Santosh Kumar, Assistant Professor, Province College for Women, Bandishola, Konur, Tamil Nadu. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome, sir. Our next awardee name is Mr. Ashish Dhiman, Research Associate, Nice School of Business, Shobhit Institute of Engineering and Technology, Meerut, India. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Professor Manisha D. Bhagochi, Assistant Professor, Kripon Degree College, Bangalore. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, Simran ma'am, and thank you, Honorable Chairman ICRT, for awarding me on this prestigious platform. Thank you very much.
Welcome, ma'am. The awardee name is Dr. Satyabham, Assistant Professor, Holy Cross College. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for offering this great opportunity to me, for choosing this for entire team for ICERT. Thank you very much.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Mr. Karthik S., Assistant Professor, Acharya Institute of Technology, Bengaluru, Karnataka. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. Kanwal Kishore, Lecturer, Government Senior Secondary College, Fatehgarh, Jind, Haryana. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. Binita Supriya, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Government Sanskrit College, Patna. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Vinay Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Government College for Women, Madhulada Panipat. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. Amandeep Singh Bhanderi, Assistant Professor, Punjabi University, Patiala. Congratulations, sir. Our next awardee name is Dr. Veena Soni, Principal, Lord Buddha College, Sanchor, Jodhpur. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Assistant Professor, Government College, Hisar. Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ICERT.
Welcome, sir. Our next one is Dr. Sudesh Kumari, Assistant Professor, CRM Jat College. Congratulations, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Miss Pooja Tek, Research Scholar, Jain Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Miss Shreya, Assistant Professor, Pandit Sitaram Shah Training College, Bhiwani. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for awarding me.
Welcome, ma'am. Our next awardee name is Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Assistant Professor, Department Government College, Hisar. Congratulations, sir. But not least awardee name is Mrs. Geeta Bisht, Research Scholar, Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Women's University, Jaipur. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
And once again, congratulate to all the awardees. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, good evening.
Yes, sir, please. Good evening.
Can I say 2 lines about this webinar and again about this award, if you permit?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. First of all, from my core of heart, I thanks to Dr. S.K. Singnar sir, the Honorable Chairman ICERT, and Dr. Arna Achal, Executive Director, ma'am. Then Dr. Sandeep Kumar, General Secretary, ICERT. Then Mrs. Simran Mehta, ma'am, Executive Director, ICERT. And again, Dr. Sugandha, ma'am, Conference Coordinator. This is a wonderful webinar, ma'am. I generally attended many webinar, conference, workshop. Maybe during the COVID time, it's the online mode, maybe in the offline mode. But such a number of massive paper presentation, nowhere I have seen. 300 to 300 paper presentation in single 2 days is not a joke. So I congratulate the entire team of ICERT from my core of heart, and again a very excellent facilitation through Government College Hisar. I also congratulate to the entire team of Government College Hisar, ma'am. And from my core of heart, I thanks to the organizer and the ICERT to award me in a very prestigious Chanakya Award 2022. Every award has its way, and every award shows the path of motivation. I think this award motivated me to go for a long, long mile, ma'am. Thank you very much from your core of heart to the entire team.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now I would like to invite Honorable Dr. Sugandha, ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And now I would like to request Dr. Satish Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Defense Studies, Government College Hisar for thanks.
Thank you,
Dr.
Sugandha
Satish.
ma'am.
We continue. And I would like to request also Dr. Rajpal Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Hindi, Government College Hisar, for vote for thanks.
Thank you, madam. My name, surname is Yadav नहीं है, madam.
कोई बात नहीं सर.
वो मूवी वाला याद है.
मूवी वाला याद आ गया जी आपको.
वो याद है.
ऐसा ही है.
सॉरी
हाँ ठीक है, उसके साथ जोड़ दीजिए.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन, सभी को. और मैं सबसे पहले तो हमारी कॉलेज प्राचार्य डॉक्टर कुसुम सैनी जी, जो चीफ पैटर्न है, उनका धन्यवाद करूंगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने ही उनके सानिध्य में ही हम ये कार्य कर पाए हैं. और दूसरा, आईसीआरटी के चेयरमैन एसके सिंगमार जी, इनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, क्योंकि मैं एक्चुअली एक चीज देखता हूँ, अभी पीछे एक स्पीकर ने बात कही है कि हम फिजिकली या वेबिनार वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस देखते हैं, उसमें इतना टाइम नहीं मिल पाता है. और सिंगमार साहब ने वास्तव में ही ऐसे मोती चुने हैं इस आईसीआरटी के अंदर. उनके एक एक सदस्यों को ऐसा चुना है जो अपने आप में वास्तव में ही वो एक संस्था है. मैं तो ये कहूँगा अपने आप में एक संस्था है वो, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाया है. और डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य जी हैं,
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू.
हमारे पैटर्न हैं. और डॉक्टर स्नेहलता, डॉक्टर दीपमाला, डॉक्टर सतीश और आईसीआरटी की टेक्निकल टीम, सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा. और साथ में इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में बहुत से नए नए विचार, बहुत से आइडियाज शोधार्थी के लिए, छात्र के लिए, प्राध्यापक के लिए बहुत ही लाभदायक रहे हैं. और वास्तव में मैं भी बहुत एक दो टॉपिक से इम्प्रेसिव हुआ हूँ. नॉर्मल टॉपिक बहुत से हैं, सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी है, नई शिक्षा नीति है, और इन्वायरमेंट का है, योगा का है, कंप्यूटर फोबिया है, और खास करके एक बटरफ्लाई का एक विषय आया था, वो वास्तव में ही मेरे लिए एक नया विषय था. उनको धन्यवाद. और इस आईसीआरटी के सभी सदस्यों को, आईसीआरटी के सभी सदस्य एक दीप की तरह है, जो स्वयं तप कर शोधार्थी, छात्र एवं प्राध्यापक सभी को अपने प्रकाश से अवलोकित कर रहे हैं. एक एक दीप मिलकर दीप शिखा का कार्य कर रहे हैं, जो पूरे भारत ही नहीं विश्व पटल पर वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का कार्य कर रहे हैं. मैं इनके स्वर्णिम भविष्य की कामना करता हूं. और हमारा आईसीआरटी के साथ चेयरमैन अध्यक्ष एसके सिंगमार साहब के साथ ऐसे ही हमारा स्नेह बना रहे. और दो बात और कहना चाहूंगा, इसमें दो बात नई निकल कर आई है इसमें. एक तो ये है कि दोबारा चांस देना किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में, ये एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट था. ये आईसीआरटी ही ऐसा सोच सकती है कि सभी को मौका मिलना चाहिए अपनी बात रखने का. और साथ में मैडम अनुरांचल जी हैं, इन्होंने भी बहुत अच्छी एक एक चीज को बहुत बढ़िया बारीकी से कंसेप्ट को क्लियर किया है. इनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और दो घोषणा इस वेबिनार के माध्यम से करना चाहूंगा. एक तो रमेश आर्य जी को सभी गुरु कहते हैं, तो इसको गुरु की उपाधि से आज सम्मानित कर रहे हैं एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार में, कॉन्फ्रेंस में. और दूसरा एसके सिंगमार जी हैं, इनको भी अवार्ड शिरोमणि की उपाधि, आज बार बार चर्चा हो रही थी, तो इनको भी अवार्ड शिरोमणि की उपाधि से विभूषित कर रहे हैं. तो एक बार फिर पुनः सभी का धन्यवाद इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने में. और आगे भी हमारा स्नेह ऐसा ही बना रहे, ऐसी हम कामना करते हैं. सभी का धन्यवाद.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर राजपाल जी.
थैंक यू।
आप इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस के कन्वीनर रहे हो। आपकी मेहनत से ही ये कॉन्फ्रेंस सफल हुई है। कन्वीनर की मुख्य भूमिका होती है, आप कन्वीनर की भूमिका वास्तव में आपने एक बेहतर ढंग से निभाई है।
इसलिए फिल्म
गुरुजी का आशीर्वाद हमारे सिर ऊपर हमेशा रहता है और उम्मीद करेंगे आगे भी बना रहेगा।
सर को गुरु की
कॉन्फ्रेंस के सेक्रेटरी महोदय डॉक्टर सतीश जी भी कुछ बोलना चाह रहे हैं।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल बोलेंगे, सतीश जी भी वोट ऑफ थैंक
उन्होंने बोलना शुरू किया था, तभी अगर नहीं अनाउंसमेंट शायद हो गई थी। डॉक्टर सतीश जी
और एक और भी है, डॉक्टर रिंकू शर्मा जी, बहुत बढ़िया इन्होंने वो किया है, उनका भी धन्यवाद है।
जी
और
जी डॉक्टर सतीश जी प्लीज।
सर बोलना स्टार्ट करूं या कुछ अभी और घोषणाएं रहती हैं आपकी?
जी 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 करो सर, कंटिन्यू प्लीज सर। आज दिन ठंडा नहीं करना किसी का भी।
ओहो अच्छा ठीक है सर,
आपके लिए बैठे हैं सर।
थैंक यू सर। ICRT न्यू दिल्ली और गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार की तरफ से आयोजित 2 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल डॉक्टर कुमार, अरुणाचल मैम, डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य, डॉक्टर सुगंधा और हमारे कल के स्पीकर मेजर जनरल रणजीत सिंह जी और ICRT की पूरी टेक्निकल टीम, सिमरन मैम, सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। और जिन्होंने नहीं ली मैं उनका भी धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। हो सकता है मैं भूल गया हूँ, बहुत सारे नाम हैं और बहुत सारे लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। तो जितने भी प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, रिसर्च स्कॉलर जिन्होंने अपने पेपर प्रस्तुत किए, कल 2 सेशन में, आज भी 2 सेशन में, और बहुत सारे रिसर्च या प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर रहे जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छे अच्छे रिसर्च पेपर प्रस्तुत किए, अलग अलग विचारों से प्रेरित किया हमें। और शुरू से आज मैं देख रहा हूँ कि मेरे गुरुजी डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह शिवात भी 4 बजे से लगातार जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं उनका भी तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। तो डॉक्टर कुमार जी, आपके आज मेरे गुरुजी भी जुड़े हुए हैं।
जी 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 जी
बहुत बढ़िया।
तो गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार और ICRT न्यू दिल्ली की तरफ से मैं सभी प्रतिभागियों का और ICRT के सभी मेंबर्स का, जिन्होंने डायरेक्ट और इनडायरेक्टली रूप से इस सेमिनार में, वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस में हिस्सा लिया और अपना सहयोग दिया और इसे सफल बनाया, तो उन सभी का शुक्रगुजार हूँ। और डॉक्टर कुमार जी के बारे में तो क्या कहें, उनको तो अवार्ड शिरोमणि का मतलब खिताब मिल गया आज, और वो इस लायक हैं भी। उनके पीछे में देख रहा हूँ दीवार पे इतने सारे अवार्ड टंगे हुए हैं भाई।
वही तो, उन्हीं को देख के बोला था मैंने एक्चुअली।
अच्छा सर,
गुरुजी का पूरा ध्यान गया है।
डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य जी हैं, प्रोफेसर कॉमर्स डिपार्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार। तो इनको भी आज गुरुजी की एक उपाधि से नवाजा गया। सर आपको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम और मुबारकबाद।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
और कुमार सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। स्पेशली आपने इतना बड़ा कुछ गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार के लिए उपलब्ध करवाया, और गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार के माध्यम से देश और विदेश के हजारों प्रतिभागी हमारी वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े और इस लाभ उठाया। तो सभी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। नमस्कार।
जी जी
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी। वास्तव में 2 दिवसीय जो कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित हुई है, जिसमें गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार के प्रिंसिपल महोदय डॉक्टर कुसुम सैनी जी, मेरे गुरुजी डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य जी जो कि चीफ पैटर्न की भूमिका में रहे हैं, डॉक्टर स्नेहलता जी, डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी, आप, डॉक्टर राजपाल जी जो कि कन्वीनर की भूमिका में रहे हैं, आप सेक्रेटरी की भूमिका में रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज की आपकी जो टीम थी, इस टीम ने इतना दिन रात अथक प्रयास जो किए हैं उसका रंग आज हमारे सामने है। ये आपकी मेहनत के बिना सफल नहीं हो सकता था। मैं हर रोज देख रहा था, जिस दिन भी हम चर्चा करते थे कि रजिस्ट्रेशन कितने हुए, जब भी हम मिलते थे और कोई चर्चा होती नहीं थी, हम आपस की सभी बातें भूले हुए थे। सभी आपस में एक बात पूछते थे कि ये सेमिनार सफल कैसे हो। और वास्तव में डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी, आपने, डॉक्टर राजपाल जी और मेरे गुरु जी का तो कहना ही क्या, लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर सनेलता जी, आपकी ये मेहनत है सारी। आईसीआरटी का सहयोग आपके साथ था। आईसीआरटी ने आपको एक प्लेटफॉर्म उपलब्ध करवाया है और मैं ये भरोसा दिलाता हूं इंटरनेशनल काउंसिल फॉर एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग की तरफ से कि जब भी कभी गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार को आईसीआरटी के किसी भी प्रकार के सहयोग की जरूरत पड़ेगी, चाहे वो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो, चाहे वो वर्कशॉप हो, चाहे वो वेबिनार हो, या किसी प्रकार की प्रोफेसर की ट्रेनिंग को लेकर हो, रिफ्रेशर कोर्स को लेकर के हो, एफडीपी ईडीपी हो, तो आईसीआरटी का सहयोग आपको इसी तरह से लगातार मिलता रहेगा। क्योंकि सर 1 और 11 होते हैं, मैं पहले ही बोल चुका हूँ।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू कैप्टन डॉक्टर सनेलता मैम। आपका स्वास्थ्य सही नहीं है और फिर भी आपको सैल्यूट है कि आप 2 दिन से लगातार जुड़े हुए हैं। हम भगवान से दुआ करते हैं कि जल्दी आप स्वस्थ होकर के हमारे बीच लौटें।
सर थैंक यू।
और हमारे बीच डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी के गुरुजी आरएस शिवाज जी व मेरे गुरुजी डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य जी विशेष तौर पर जो मौजूद रहे, आपका आशीर्वाद इन बच्चों पर इसी प्रकार से बना रहे गुरुजी। आरएस शिवाज, डॉक्टर आरएस शिवाज जी, डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य सर जी, और एक बार दोबारा फिर से डॉक्टर कुसुम सैनी जी, प्रिंसिपल राजकीय महाविद्यालय हिसार। कल के मुख्य अतिथि मेजर जनरल डॉक्टर रणजीत सिंह जी, वाइस चांसलर, पूर्व वाइस चांसलर सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी हरियाणा। मुख्य वक्ता रहे डॉक्टर कोसगा जगप्पा राज, डॉक्टर अरुणाचल जी, कॉन्फ्रेंस कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर सुगंधा जी, एचओडी पॉलिटिकल साइंस एसएस जैन बौद्ध कॉलेज ऑफ ग्लोबल एक्सीलेंस जयपुर, जिन्होंने 2 दिनों तक लगातार बहुत एक अच्छे ढंग से संचालन किया है पूरी कॉन्फ्रेंस का। पैट्रन के बीच में डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य जी, लेफ्टिनेंट डॉक्टर सनेलता जी, कन्वीनर डॉक्टर राजपाल जी, सचिव डॉक्टर सतीश कुमार जी, चेयरपर्सन की भूमिका में 2 दिन लगातार रहे प्रोफेसर लक्ष्मी नारायण जी, डॉक्टर परीक्षित, डॉक्टर मुनेंद्र, डॉक्टर केपी धनाबाल कृष्णन, और टेक्निकल सेशन के कोऑर्डिनेटर के तौर पर डॉक्टर मिस निमता, पीएचडी रिसर्च स्कॉलर, पीजी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ जम्मू, डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज कठुआ, डॉक्टर रिंकू, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस स्टडी ज्योतिबा फुले गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार, आर वसुमती जी, रिसर्च स्कॉलर गार्डन सिटी यूनिवर्सिटी बेंगलोर, और जितने भी शिक्षाविद, जितने भी शोधार्थी, जितने भी सभी आप प्रतिभागी जुड़े रहे हैं, आप सभी का दिल से आभार पूरी आईसीआरटी टीम राजकीय महाविद्यालय हिसार की तरफ से। और उम्मीद करता हूं जल्द ही एक अच्छी कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम दोबारा फिर मिलेंगे। और शायद इस 2 दिनों के दौरान आईसीआरटी की टीम ने आपके सामने कोई जिक्र ना किया हो, लेकिन मैं जिक्र कर देता हूं। 10, 11 और 12 जून को एक अंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस यानी फेस टू फेस सेमिनार का आयोजन करने जा रही है आईसीआरटी त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालय नेपाल काठमांडू के साथ कोलैबोरेशन से। 9, 10, 11, 12 वैसे 4 दिवसीय कह सकते हैं, लेकिन 3 दिवसीय है। 9 को जाएंगे और 13 को आएंगे। तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए भी आप अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करवा सकते हैं। बहुत दिनों से, क्योंकि 2019 के बाद से अभी तक फेस टू फेस शिक्षाविदों को आपस में मिलने का मौका नहीं मिला था, और बार बार ये एक रिक्वेस्ट आ रही थी आईसीआरटी के समक्ष कि वेब कॉन्फ्रेंस, वेबिनार, वेब वर्कशॉप, वेब ट्रेनिंग ऐसी बहुत से आयोजित की जाती रही हैं, लेकिन एक कार्यक्रम ऐसा होना चाहिए जिसमें आपस में मिला जा सके। तो आईसीआरटी ने आपके इस अनुरोध को स्वीकार किया है, और ये आज घोषणा करते हुए मुझे बड़ी खुशी महसूस हो रही है कि जून का महीना जब थोड़े से हम गर्मी से बेहाल से होते हैं, तब थोड़े से ठंडे मौसम की ओर हम जाना चाहते हैं, काठमांडू नेपाल। तो आप सभी शिक्षाविदों से अनुरोध है कि वहां का रजिस्ट्रेशन भी आप बिल्कुल करवा सकते हैं। आप सभी की मेल आईडी आईसीआरटी की टेक्निकल टीम के पास है, तो आप सभी को मेल मिल जाएंगे या ऑलरेडी आपके पास सेंड हो चुकी होंगी। तो इस पर भी आप जरूर विचार कर लीजिए, जैसा भी आपको अच्छा लगे। एक बार दोबारा फिर आईसीआरटी की पूरी टीम की तरफ से, राजकीय महाविद्यालय हिसार की तरफ से आप सभी का बहुत 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 शुक्रिया। और जिनको आज अवार्ड मिले हैं उनको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और जिनको अवार्ड नहीं मिल चुके उनको किसी प्रकार की मायूसी की जरूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि एप्लीकेशन करीब करीब 400 के करीब एप्लीकेशन अवार्ड के लिए आई हैं, लेकिन कोर कमेटी ने जिनके डॉक्यूमेंट स्क्रूटनी में लिए उन्हीं को सिर्फ अवार्ड प्रदान किए गए हैं। और खासकर जो 3 महान शख्सियत जिनको आज लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड दिए गए हैं, उनको मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, आपके उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना करता हूं, क्योंकि आप शिक्षा की अलख लगातार जगा रहे हैं। डॉक्टर कुसुम सैनी जी, प्रिंसिपल राजकीय महाविद्यालय हिसार, मेरे गुरुजी डॉक्टर रमेश आर्य सर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कॉमर्स, गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज हिसार में डॉक्टर आरएस सिवाज जी, आप तीनों को लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड दिया गया है। हम सभी जानते हैं लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड एक शिक्षा के क्षेत्र का सबसे बड़ा अवार्ड कहा जा सकता है। आपको आज उसी अवार्ड से नवाजा गया है। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं गुरुजी।
बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू
और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया एक बार दोबारा फिर से आईसीआरटी टीम की तरफ से।
थैंक यू।
मुबारक हो सर आपको, आप तीनों को मुबारक हो।
थैंक यू सर, मुबारक है, बहुत बहुत मुबारक है,
मुबारक हो
गवर्नमेंट को।
थैंक यू
सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और लास्ट अंत में मैं एक चीज और कहना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि अंत तो कभी नहीं होता, ये एक शुरुआत ही है। मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर, लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया, और ये कारवां कभी भी ना रुके और ऐसे ही चलता रहे। और हम आपके साथ हैं और आप हमारे साथ रहें, हमेशा आपका आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ बना रहे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल गुरु जी की बात सुनो जी।
हाँ जी,
गुरु जी की बात पे सभी विचार कीजिए कि नेक्स्ट टाइम हम सभी नेपाल मिलेंगे।
जी सर, जी
बिल्कुल
ठीक है।
गुरुजी ने तो आज शायद टिकट करवा भी ली है।
हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं सबसे पहले करूँगा।
जी गुरुजी,
ही एक और होता है,
हम सब सानिध्य मिलेगा गुरुजी का, ये सबसे बड़ी बात है सर। तो हम लोग कोशिश में हैं कि पूरी टीम एक साथ हम लोग नेपाल चले सर।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वहाँ जो है।
परीक्षित जी स्वागत है आपका।
जी सर, नमस्कार।
जी
सर, चेयरमैन सर,
आप सभी नेपाल काठमांडू आएंगे सर, मैं आपका स्वागत करूंगा एयरपोर्ट पर।
सर मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि सर मैं आ पाऊं सर वहां पर पूरा।
जी इंतजार रहेगा सर मुझे। जी आप सभी को डिटेल में जानकारी सर मेल पे मिल जाएगी।
ओके सर।
जब आप देखेंगे कि 9 को जाना यानी 9 को रुकना, 10, 11, 12 4 रातें और 5 दिन हम काठमांडू में रुकेंगे। 4 रात को हम 4 स्टार 5 स्टार होटल में रुकेंगे। हम वहाँ कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे, अवार्ड सेरेमनी होगी, घूमेंगे फिरेंगे सभी कुछ। और जब आप वो पैकेज देखेंगे उसको
नॉट ऑडिबल सर।
तो मैं तो ये मान रहा हूं कि यहाँ ये मौका चूकना नहीं चाहिए। जब आप ये देखेंगे आपकी मेल पर, आप ये सोचेंगे इतनी कम फी में काठमांडू में 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम कैसे हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता।
ऑनलाइन से ऑफलाइन पहुंचेंगे सर।
आईसीआरटी पॉसिबल कर सकती है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कर सकती है गुरुजी, आपके आशीर्वाद से।
ठीक है सर, ठीक।
आपसे सीखा है गुरुजी ये सब।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत अच्छी बात है।
जी गुरुजी, एक बार दोबारा फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
ओके सर, ओके, थैंक यू।
कल तो 10:30 हो गए थे, आज 9:30 बजे हमने टाइम से
हाँ कल से सीखा है। बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर चेतना गुप्ता जी।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू फॉर मेकिंग मी द पार्ट ऑफ द टीम।
सरप्राइज कैसा लगा जी?
बहुत अच्छा सर, थैंक यू।
बस यही था।
थैंक यू सर।
इसलिए मैं आपको पहले बताना नहीं चाहता था।
नहीं, सरप्राइज का एंथुसियाज्म अलग होता है सर। थैंक यू फॉर योर coordination and cooperation, sir.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। अच्छा लगा आप सभी जुड़े।
थैंक यू सर।
आप लोगों की बदौलत ये कॉन्फ्रेंस सफलता के मुकाम पर पहुंची है। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू आप सभी को सैल्यूट आईसीआरटी की तरफ से।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर।
दुबे
संदीप जी थैंक
सभी
यू
का
सो
थैंक यू
मच।
तभी माना
कल
जाएगा
बात
जब आप
करते हैं सर
नेपाल
जी।
में मिलोगे।
थैंक यू मनीषा डी भागोजी जी।
थैंक यू सर।
शुभकामनाएं आपको।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू डॉक्टर पुष्पांजलि जी।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। गुड नाइट सर। प्रणाम।
थैंक यू, गुड नाइट पुष्पांजलि जी।
ये है सुमन साहब।
यस बेटा, इधर आ, ताऊ जी देखो, देखो ताऊ बैठे हैं।